Good morning, guys. Honey, you know I do not get up early in the morning, but we are here, honey. We are here. What is this? What I'm looking at here? Okay, here I go. Can you guys hear me loud and clear? Testing, testing, testing. We see Fanny. Yes. Let me see. Oh, I don't want this here. Yeah, let me take that out. Let's do a little. All right, so they're going to be starting at 10 a.m. And good morning, Lucifer Prince Show. And of course, I wanted to stream live. I never go live this early at all. And I was going to do it landscape. Right. Finally time. And I was going to go landscape. But I was just like, no. I'm gonna do it. I was gonna go portrait, I mean, and I said, no, we're gonna be landscape today. All right, let's see. Oh no, it's no sound yet. All right. Let me get the background. Switch it up a little bit. Actually, maybe let me see if I could be a little dramatic about it. Do it that way. Hi guys, good morning. I'll go down here. All right. This should be interesting. You think? And let me see how it looks on from the Georgia Committee YouTube. Georgia. Okay, so they didn't even start yet. All right, so they didn't start yet. So I get to talk to you guys a little bit longer. So they're supposed to start at 10, so it's any minute now. I actually thought about Fanny this morning. Yeah, so she was supposed to already come here, do this a long time ago. Let's see, stream. Okay. Yep. All right. All right. So they're just getting set up. They didn't start just yet. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go.
And just want to point out, as a reminder for those of you on the committee, I'll turn this volume up a little bit. Josh Belinfante is seated to my right. He's the committee's counsel. And before we do get started, I do want to make an announcement that unfortunately Chairman Cowsert is unable to be here this morning. He had a medical procedure late last week, and doctors have restricted his activities and travel during his recovery, and he has requested that I chair this meeting as the vice chairman. So with that, we do have some committee business to take care of before we get to our agenda for the day with Madam DA Fani Willis. And we do need to review the approval of minutes from our November 13th committee meeting. I'll give the members a minute to review those minutes, and we'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes. We have a motion to approve by Senator Jackson, second by Senator Gooch. All those approved, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. And the minutes are approved. All right, for those that are in attendance today, just want to kind of go through a couple of guidelines on decorum. I understand there's some, obviously there's media in the room. Press has lines. I think you guys are all clear on where you're allowed to be in the committee room, where you're not allowed to be. So thank you for working with our Senate press staff on that. If there are any available seats in the middle of your aisle, please, or in the middle of your row, please scoot over. We do have overflow in room 125 here in the Capitol building for any of you that want to avail yourself of the overflow room as well. This is a Senate committee hearing. This is not a courtroom. There is no judge in the room. We will adjudicate the meeting today per the Senate rules and Mason's manual. We have the Secretary of the Senate available to advise us if there's any considerations. Governor Barnes, you are here as counsel for D.A. Willis, is that correct?
I am, but I can assert privilege. I mean, you can't decide privileges that are granted by
I didn't say anything about privilege. I was just referencing that that's the capacity in which you're appearing today.
Oh, yes.
Yes. And just want to kind of maybe cast a net is for those of you that have not been here for any of our committee hearings. This committee is charged with investigating and advising the General Assembly on any changes to Georgia state law as the committee deems necessary as a result of our investigation into the criminal prosecution as it relates to the election interference case of President Trump and the 18 others. We've had a series of meetings and have been working with the District Attorney Willis to appear today. We had a state law that passed, and as my understanding, you are appearing under the second subpoena that was issued, and there is still a Supreme Court case relative to the 2024 subpoena and the General Assembly that issued that, or the Senate that issued that at that time. Great. I referenced signs briefly. It's my understanding that there's some people that have signs in the room. You're obviously welcome to have those. Please just don't hold those up, as you will be blocking views from other members of the committee. We do have a single-purpose agenda, and with that in mind, we will go ahead and swear in our witness today. Madam DA, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a statement I'd like to include in the record.
Sure. If you want to pass that around to us, be happy to make that as part of the record.
And I'm doing that because I was prohibited from giving a statement.
Yeah, so again, this is going to be analogous. I know it's been a while since you've been in the state Senate. You've had an illustrious career since then. As you know, committee testimony is different than courtroom procedures, and there's generally not opening statements in Senate committee testimony.
I've
and that
never
was
known an investigative committee that did not allow opening statements.
we will proceed with the testimony. And if either one of you and Madam DA, is that the preferred title? Is how you'd like to refer to you?
Either District Attorney Willis or Madam DA.
Perfect. We'll go with either one of those. Thank you for being here today. Please do pull that microphone closer or lean forward when you speak. I'll try to get the volume adjusted so that everyone can hear it.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
If you could take a minute, walk us through your career history. I know that you have a 30-year legal history. If you could just tell the committee your path to becoming the district attorney in Fulton County.
Well, I went to the best university in the nation, Howard University, years, and graduated December of '92, although I walked in May of 1993. I then came down to Georgia because I was admitted to one of the top 25 law schools in the country, Emory University School of Law. While at Emory University School of Law, for the first time in Emory's history, I won the Frederick Douglass Moot Court Competition, which is a national competition put on by the Black Law Students Association, successfully matriculated through, took the Georgia bar because the Olympics was that year. That was the last year that you could take the bar while still in law school. So during my last semester of law school, I took the bar, and passed on the first try. Then became a lawyer. I worked for a small law firm with Alvin Kendall. Alvin Kendall has a great knack for picking talent, because at that law firm at the time was myself and the former mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms, who will be a great candidate for governor of this state and is now running for office. Also Teresa Mann, who is a judge in the city of Atlanta court, and another lawyer by the name of Carl Touchtone. We represented people in both criminal and civil cases. I worked there for a small time. I then left that law firm and opened up my own law practice, where I practiced both juvenile law, criminal law, did some family stuff. Young practitioner. I did that out of Douglas County, Georgia, but I represented people in the entire metro area during that time. Got married, had 2 children, became a solicitor, needed a kind of a more calm life, so I went to work for Raines Carter, who's been the longest standing solicitor, I think, in the country at this point. Worked for him for some time, applied to become a district attorney, worked there approximately 16 years, tried every type of case you can imagine, but I was really a murder prosecutor. That's what I do best. But also at that time tried the longest case in Georgia's history, which is the Atlanta Public Schools case, a RICO case. That's how I became acquainted with John Floyd, because he taught me RICO inside and out, and taught me how you can use that to bring criminals to justice, which I've done throughout my career successfully. Worked there, then decided to leave to run for office. Ran for judge, came up 49%, I believe, is the percentage of the vote that I won. Actually went to a Republican strategist, he told me, because I went to a runoff. Republicans will not vote for you. And I said, why? I've had a history of representing this state. I've done so successfully. I'm known as a prosecutor. He said, you're black and female. I said, I don't believe that to be true. I don't think that's the state of the nation. Who knew? He was right and I was wrong. I lost that election, but that was God's plan, because after that I had the honor of representing the Judicial Qualifications Commission. I'm one of the only black lawyers to ever be able to do that in the state of Georgia, where I prosecuted judges who had done something wrong. And so that was a great honor of mine. Richard Hyde was one of the people that helped me to get that position, because he had worked with me on Atlanta Public Schools. I think that he's still doing that kind of work, and he's a very great investigator. So I did that for a while. I also got to represent a lot of fathers and mothers as they went through domestic things, did some criminal defense work, and then people started coming to me. You need to run for district attorney. Current district attorney has some problems. You'd be outstanding at it. And who knew? I ran, I won. I'm the first woman to serve as district attorney in Fulton County, Georgia. Best to ever do it. I sit here with a 92% conviction rate. That's my history.
Excellent. Thank you so much. For those of us on the committee, it'd be helpful to kind of get a scope of what your office structure is like and kind of the makeup of your office. So how many employees are within the Fulton County's DA's office?
A little over 300 approximately. All numbers that I give today, which should be approximations. You should not hold me to exacts.
Certainly will do so on these questions for sure. Of those employees, about how many of those are attorneys?
Half.
About 150 attorneys. How many investigators?
65.
Okay. And how many paralegals?
I don't know, about another 70 or so professionals. Some of that is VWAPs, some of that is administrators, some of that is legal assistants. I'm not going to be able to guess at these numbers.
Sure. The state pays a minimum salary for all district attorneys and assistant DAs, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Can you walk us through the pay structure?
The state pays for my office about 25 ADAs. They're woefully underpaid. The salary that the state paid is a joke right now. If you want to look at some legislation, you should look at paying DAs across this country more money, because they do not make enough money, and it is very hard for people to recruit DAs at the state pay. So for those 20 or so some lawyers that work at state pay, I do one of two things as incentives. The first thing I do is the ones that work in-house, I give them supplements that the county pays, because the pay is so low and really just an embarrassment to think that we pay public servants at that rate. Another incentive I offer to some other very seasoned ADAs that are further along in their career that are my state paid employees, I let them work 95% remotely, and all they do is indict cases for my office. The rest of the lawyers paid by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office are in fact paid by the county. But you should note here that I am a state employee. I am not a county employee. I represent the Atlanta Judicial Circuit. The Fulton County DA is really slang.
Great. So give me a range then of those ADAs, including the supplement. What's the salary range of
Probably
those
the
ADAs?
lowest salary of any DA that works for me is 85, and the highest might be around 200. Again, don't hold me to exacts.
Sure. Okay. You were elected in 2020. We talked about that. You had a transition process in between the election and when you were sworn in. Can you walk us through what that process looked like?
It was not a very good one. Myself and the former district attorney never had a conversation. We still have never had a conversation. But while I was still on my personal time, not yet being paid by the state of Georgia, I interviewed every attorney and investigator of the office and some of the other staff because I wanted to decide who I was going to keep and who I was not going to keep. So I did that during that time period. I also had some committee members where I got some advice on things that needed to be priorities for the office as I took office. So I got very esteemed members of the Fulton County and the greater community to kind of advise me. I believe in diversity, so it was a diverse group. If you do studies on diversity, although some of you are against it, you will realize that the companies that do the best employ diversity. And so I employed diversity in that committee, and I've employed diversity in my staff because I represent a diverse community.
Who was a part of that committee?
I don't remember all the names, and I'm not going to guess at it.
What names do you remember?
Oh, my goodness. Lee Dupree's husband, William Dupree, was on that committee. There was another anchor, and I'm embarrassed to say that was an African-American female. I'm not sure. I want to say Mayor Franklin may have been on the committee, but I can't remember exactly. There were about 15 to 20 people. That's been some time ago now.
The interviews that you referenced with the existing staff as you were kind of determining whether they would stay, who participated in those interviews with you?
It would be different people each day. Attorney Gabe Banks was one of the attorneys that did some of the interviews. He wasn't able to do all, of course, because he had an active and thriving law practice at the time. Jeff DeSantis did some of the interviews with me. Daisha Young did some of the interviews with me. People would come in and out based on their schedules. My deputy of operations now, Dexter Bond, did some of those interviews with me. Mr. Nathan Wade had a thriving practice at the time as well. He would come in and out and do some of the interviews. I was at every interview, but other people could only commit, so much of their time. They each did as much as they could. And that should not be the total list. That's what I can recall quickly right offhand. So don't take that as that was every person. I may have missed somebody that assisted me in that, and they'll have to blame it on my head, not my heart.
Okay.
You got too
Who
much
was a part of the
attitude.
team that made the decisions on who you would keep and who you would go? What was the consultation process after the interview, and how many approximately, if I can ask you this question a second time, if you want to answer the first one, but I'm trying to get to how many people did you retain from the former DA's team, and then how many people were brought in that were new?
I don't remember. I might have fired 50 or 60 people, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay.
It's the AJC did an article on she fired people, to which I told Fulton County I was going to only bring the best and the brightest. So I was always confused as to why that was a surprise.
Was there a lead on your transition team?
I was the lead. I was the DA.
Okay. Was there another person that you consulted with more than the others?
No.
I believe Mr. Wade said under testimony that he was a part of over 90% of these meetings or decisions. Do you recall that being an approximate, accurate statement as to his involvement?
I can't speak to any other person's testimony, so I'm not going to ever comment on someone's testimony. If he testified to such, you're going to need to show it to me. You'll have to forgive me. I don't really trust you. So I'll have to see that particular testimony.
Do you recall Mr.
but
Wade
I
being-
do.
Wait just a minute. She's got a right to finish her answer. You don't have a right to cut her off.
That's incorrect, Governor. Thank
No,
you.
sir. It is
I'll
not.
be completing answers, sir.
Sure.
So we should get that straight from the
Was Mr. Wade part of, would you say, more than half of the interviews that you conducted?
Yes.
Would you say it was more than 75% of the
I'm
interviews
not
you
going to guess
conducted?
at numbers. He was definitely more than half.
And what percentage of decisions, was the same percentage of decisions that he was a part of?
I ultimately made every decision. I take wise counsel from a group of people. So I took wise counsel from him. I took wise counsel from Deputy Bond. Ultimately, I made the decision on who stayed and who went.
Was Mr. Wade paid for this transition work?
None of them were paid. It was all volunteer work. It was wanting to make sure that the region was safe. So people volunteered their time to make sure that we had the best and the brightest representing Fulton County, and that this community stayed safe. And every person who did it for free.
Thank you. Part of one of the things you did when you came into office was you formed this new anti-corruption unit. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Can you walk us through the decision process to stand that unit up, if that replaced any other units, and who was a part of that unit once it was stood up?
And I'm actually not sure we called it the anti-corruption unit when we first took over. So when I became the district attorney, Paul Howard had 101 police brutality cases, many that went back to years, maybe to 2009. People in the community were very upset. It was both unfair to the law enforcement officers and to the community that decisions were not made. And so I knew that one of the things that I was going to have to do was to make sure that every case got looked at and was evaluated. And so I was looking for attorneys to do that. I'm not sure if that's what we called it at first, because I think we called it the Civil Rights Unit, in fact. When we first opened it, I think it was the Civil Rights Unit. At some point, I go to visit other huge district attorneys' offices that have kind of the same kind of struggles that I have as a major metro area. I went to visit the Houston District Attorney's Office at that time, and in that office they had divided cases, and I thought it was a brilliant way to do business. And so I think that's the point that I then formed a civil rights unit, which would only deal with police brutality, and an anti-corruption unit. So I think when we first started that it was called the Civil Rights Unit.
Okay, how many people were part of that unit once you got it fully operational?
Well, it depends. You know, the county has, in my opinion, stolen people from me, so we can't do the job as effectively as needs to be done. I've had as many as, it varies. It has varied because we had an anti-corruption unit and a civil rights unit, so it's varied.
Can you give us a range?
It really depends on who you're calling the anti-corruption unit. I've probably not had more than 2 lawyers in that unit, maybe 3 at any given time, an investigator or 2, and a legal assistant. They may have been doing double duty somewhere else.
And you entered into a contract with Chris Campbell to do some taint work as a part of that unit, is that correct?
That would be the civil rights unit.
Well, it sounds like they were somewhat interchangeable from what you just said. You said that it was called the
No,
Civil Rights Unit when it
because
started.
The civil rights unit may have encompassed everything at first, and then it ultimately becomes police brutality cases. And so what Mr. Campbell was, when the police take a statement, I know you're not an attorney, but there's an issue called garrity. And what happens is government employees, mostly we're talking about law enforcement officers, they will make a statement to the police, but that statement won't be Mirandized. There's all kinds of legal rules around it. I can't be privy to those statements. I shouldn't have them. Sometimes I think the police almost put them in there intentionally, and so they'll be intertwined in statements and reports. And so what he was hired to do is to redact. So once that I got a file from the GBI when somebody had been shot by an officer, I never read that. That way we were never tainted. That's why we use that word, by never seeing that. And so yes, he was hired. He had been, I believe my recollection is he had been a former law enforcement officer, and he was a lawyer. I thought he was great for that work.
And Terrence Bradley was involved in that work.
He had been a former
well,
probation officer and an attorney. That's one of the reasons that I thought that they would do outstanding at it, because they had long histories in the law enforcement community and lawyers.
Was Mr. Wade?
I have lawyers now currently doing that work.
Was Mr. Wade involved with the taint work?
No.
Mr. Wade, Bradley, and Campbell were law partners. Is that correct at the time?
Loosely is what I understand. I can't tell you about the design of, I can't tell you the design of his firm. I think more so what happened is they shared office space and cost or something, but I don't know. I shouldn't speak to that or speculate to it.
Did you place anyone in charge of the anti-corruption unit, or did everyone that worked for there report directly to you?
I mean, ultimately everyone reports directly to me, but the anti-corruption unit, so when it was a civil rights unit, yes, it had a lawyer that was over it. His name is Brian Watkins. He is a lawyer that's been practicing law longer than I, and at first he had everything until we realized there was so much volume of work. Because it doesn't just do this kind of work. It's not just police brutality now, right? Now it's, police lied, or it's an elected official did something wrong. It just became too much. Once we stood up these units and my county understood we were doing these kind of things, fortunately or unfortunately, the office started to get referrals, and so it just grew.
How many cases has this unit brought to trial approximately?
Oh, I couldn't tell you over the years, but we brought some to trial, especially these police brutality cases. I couldn't tell you exactly, so I'm not going to speculate.
Okay.
It's not as many as like my major crimes unit, but I can tell you that the anti-corruption and the civil rights unit, they cost me the most money because of the experts that are needed when you are trying a police case.
How much money would you estimate that you spend a year on that unit?
I can't, and I'm not.
You can't, you're not what, I'm sorry?
I'm not going to speculate to it. I can't estimate how much.
Okay. Is that something you could provide for the committee?
I don't know that I can. What happens is I have a professional services budget, and my top deputies of certain units, so my ED over major crimes, if he needs an expert, he can hire one. For instance, if you all want to look into legislation, look into properly funding your GBI. The GBI does not have enough scientific experts. This is not a criticism of the GBI. The scientists that are there are excellent. I want that to be noted that I said that. The scientists that are there are excellent, but they do not have enough experts. So in year one, when I become the DA, they tell me, and I have an email that proves it, we can't test all your ballistics evidence. We don't have enough. So I have to go into my budget, more than $100,000, I can tell you that. I think it's been about that annually, and hire private scientists to do that ballistics work. Now, I got the names of those scientists from the GBI, but also my deputy, Mr. Watkins, over civil rights, if he needs an expert, he knows that he can get one. If my ED over major crimes needs an expert, they can get one. My domestic violence expert, if they need a domestic violence expert, they can get one. And so it all comes out of this professional services budget that I both pay attorneys that come in and work as special prosecutors, and that I pay professional witnesses that we have to hire to do our work.
So Mr. Watkins was in charge by title, or was it more so by function that he was in charge of the unit?
I don't understand your question.
Did he have a title of director of the anti-corruption unit, or was he just a person that everyone knew would make the calls within the unit?
He was the deputy of the civil rights unit.
Okay.
He remains the deputy of the civil rights unit. At some point, the civil rights unit became civil rights and anti-corruption.
Do you use those terms interchangeably now?
I do not use them interchangeably. I have one deputy over anti-corruption and one deputy over civil rights.
Who's the current deputy over anti-corruption?
Tanya Boykin.
Who is the first one?
Sonia Allen. She is now the district attorney of Cobb County. She had a great DA from Fulton endorse her, and she won.
What was Mr. Wade's role in the anti-corruption unit?
He didn't have a role in the anti-corruption unit.
The election interference case, what unit did it fall under?
I called it the election team.
Okay.
She full of shit.
When Mr. Wade was he hired solely to focus on this election, to work on this election team, or did he do other work within your office?
I don't remember. I think there were times where I'd bring in some of my senior personnel and ask them, what's your thought on this case or these facts? I always involve wise counsel. I'm sure he was in some of those meetings.
Would you classify Mr. Wade as senior personnel and as been part of your team?
Would I classify him as senior? So he was a special prosecutor. He never worked for me as an employee. What I would call him is a seasoned lawyer, 25 years, first African-American lawyer to ever serve Cobb County as a municipal court judge. What I would call him is a lawyer with a distinguished resume.
Okay. When did you begin to consider whether to bring charges in response to the 2020 presidential election in Georgia?
Don't answer that. That's a deliberative privilege. Don't answer that. I instruct you not to answer.
Is it true that part of your transition team was involved in the process of interviewing people before you entered office to lead the investigation into the 2020 presidential election?
I'd like to answer that.
Go right ahead. You only take my advice sometimes anyway. Go ahead.
That's really an ignorant question, And if you understand what the word ignorant means, it means the lack of knowledge. If you recall the facts, I was already district attorney when this all came to light. So it's factually impossible.
You were district attorney when what came to light?
When Raffensperger went on Good Morning America or whatever show he went on. I was already district attorney, so what you ask is a factual impossibility. Now, I know they've gotten black folks confused and said I was running for office, saying I was gonna prosecute the President of the United States, but that's what we call a lie.
Okay. I would like
Take
to.
your advice from here on out, okay?
Yeah.
Girl, child, honey,
If you
You're
take a
doing
look at
too
the screen
much.
for me, if you will.
he's doing too much.
This is from Mr. Wade's deposition to members of Jim Jordan's committee. And he was asked, for the search committee, you said that began when DA Willis took office on January 1, 2021. Is that correct? Yes. And there was outreach to you to be part of the search committee prior to January 2021, January 1, 2021. Absolutely. When did that start? Sometime after the election, but prior to her taking office. Okay, so between the election, you're referring to November 2020 election, is that correct? Yes, ma'am. And so when you had conversations with individuals, you said on multiple occasions, you said no, and you turned down the position. Who were those conversations with? They were with the district attorney.
So I think you're confusing facts. We've already had a long conversation about, I interviewed everybody at the DA's office, and I interviewed other people to come and work at the district attorney's office. And as I told you, I did that on my free time before I became DA. But I had no way of knowing that these criminals were going to commit a crime. And that did not come to light until January of 2021 when I'm actually the DA. So it is a factual impossibility, like I already told you. I think that that is misinterpreted. He's absolutely correct. We looked for talent for the district attorney's office before I became the DA. I didn't wait till the day I took office to look for talent that would represent my office. But I was unable to look for talent for a case that didn't exist before I took office. It's factually impossible. It's common sense. You don't need to be a lawyer.
I'm going to read you some additional testimony. I'll try to put it on the
You
screen.
can read
So
me as
she's
much as you
basically
want.
saying
I will,
Wade
thank you,
lying
Madam
because he's reading Wade testimony and he's testifying to the opposite of what she's saying. So she's saying Wade was
I apologize.
lying.
I did not intend to have to get into this
So
here.
who's telling the truth, Fani Willis or Nathan Wade?
What was when Mr. Wade says that there was an interview on line 13, as you'll see here, this is prior to you entering office. What were you interviewing him for?
I didn't interview him prior to him entering office. He had a thriving law practice. Even when he ends up being offered the position, he doesn't want it.
Okay, now. So it's your testimony today that you and Mr. Wade did not have any conversations prior to you taking office relative to an investigation into the 2020 election.
Don't answer that. That is a deliberative privilege of what goes on in a district attorney's mind and the process that goes.
She wasn't district attorney.
She was.
Prior to being sworn in, she was district attorney?
No, she was not, but you asked.
So I'll return to my question. Prior to you being sworn in as district attorney, is it your testimony today that you did not have any conversation with Mr. Wade about investigating the 2020 election?
Do you want to answer?
Girl, answer the
It's a
question.
dumbass question.
I know it is, but go ahead and tell him because it occurred after she took office, but go
I
right-
didn't know that he was
It's
going to
not a
commit a
dumb
crime
question.
prior to me taking office. Like, factually, it's impossible.
Okay, thank you.
Oh my God! Of course you didn't know because it was a setup. You were setting
Would you agree with the statement?
to
Actually, I'll
be
skip that
convicted.
question.
That's why she don't want to answer.
When
the
did you
question.
decide to hire, outside of your office, a special assistant district attorney for this election case?
Yeah,
Oh,
just
Lord.
plead the fifth.
So when I became the district attorney of Fulton County, the office was in absolute chaos. I have to take you back. Can you hear me?
It's a little, I was going to try to turn you up if you don't mind leaning forward.
When I became the district attorney of Fulton County, the office was in absolute chaos, and I mean every level of chaos. On the ground, the carpet was molded and there were holes in it, and it was disgusting, a disgusting environment. There were boxes in offices, some to where you couldn't open the door. I remember walking through the office before. I told you I'd fired 50 or 60, I don't know exactly how many employees that I felt were unqualified to do this work. That doesn't mean they were bad people, but they were unqualified for the positions that they held. There were 18,000, write that down, 18,000 unindicted cases that went back 6 or 7 years that I was looking at. Not to mention another, 10,000 indicted cases in the system. Now, some that the judges had hid on judicial hold, but they were still there. So the office was in absolute chaos. And then I'm in the office I came in that Saturday, so that would have been day one. That was the day that I walked through the office. And I'm literally in the office that Monday or Tuesday, I can't recall now what day it is. And there's this phone call and the Secretary of State saying, oh, the proper venue to investigate this might be Fulton County. And so my priority became, and this is important too, there were 200 and something murders that had been sitting for years, families that had been waiting for justice for years. And so when I come to be the district attorney, my first responsibility is just getting the office properly set up. In fact, one of the most important roles I held up that I tried to find was the head of the civil rights lawyer. So when Brian Watkins walked into my office and actually interviewed to come there, because he was not with the old administration, that was like a gift from God, that I had a lawyer that had enough experience and would be talented enough and ethical enough and have the integrity to do this work. But my primary job was getting the entire office set up. So I immediately do things like set up a murder backlog project. And I put Mike Carlson and Michael Sprinkle in charge of that. We're going to get every family's going to get an answer. They may not like the answer. The answer may be we can't prosecute this, but we're not going to sit with cases. We got to make decisions on these cases. And it took us years to get through that, but we did. And I'm happy to sit here and announce to you every one of those 18,000 cases, a decision got made on to include those 101 police cases I talked about, as well as the 46,100 and I think 36 cases that came in January 1st, 2021 till December 31st of 2024. So while people tell these lies about the DA ain't been working, I want you to find a DA working as hard as me.
My question was, when did you decide to hire outside counsel, a special assistant district attorney, for the election interference case?
When it became obvious that this case would take so much investigation to learn the truth, and that I would need people that could focus on that. And although I had talent in the office that was being developed, each and every member of my staff had a priority. See, this is the most important case to you. Let me tell you what the most important case was to me. When I walked in the office, there had been 2 black children that had been killed, Sequoia Turner and Kennedy Maxwell. Those were the 2 most important cases to me as the DA. And I needed to make sure that those families got justice, but the cases didn't come with a bow on them. In fact, one of the cases was particularly not done properly. And so my priority became making sure I had the talent to make sure we got all of those cases done. If you're wondering, both those men are doing life right now for taking those children from us.
Certainly aware of the case and the autonomous zone and everything that happened back in that tragic time frame. So definitely appreciate those murderers being behind bars. So you didn't really give me a date range, but we'll just move on here. But you did consider Governor Barnes for this role. He's testified to that previously.
And let me tell you what Governor Barnes told me. Governor Barnes told me when he was the governor, he changed the state flag from the Confederate flag. And that as a result of him changing the Confederate flag to changing the flag to make it more inclusive to all Georgians, that the Ku Klux Klan sat outside his house and that he lived under threat during that time period. He told me that him and his beautiful wife had survived that, but that he was an older gentleman now. I'm gonna say that nicely. He was an older gentleman, and due to the nuts that would come out of the woodwork if I was doing this type of work, that he was not at a juncture in his life where he could take those kind of security risks. He also refused to work for $250 an hour.
That, how she got her mink coat.
We've got some question in here, Governor, on your rates, and we'll get to that in a little bit. You did, Madam DA, you considered several attorneys for this case in addition to Mr. Barnes?
I did.
And ultimately, you selected Mr. Wade to oversee the anti-corruption unit. Is that correct?
He never oversaw the
I'm sorry.
anti-corruption unit.
My apologies. To oversee the elections interference case.
To manage, yes.
How would you delineate manage versus
ahead,
my
man.
choice of oversee?
They're the same.
Okay. What happened between January 2021, I believe that's when the phone call was that you referenced, in November 2021, which was the time that Mr. Wade signed his first contract? What type of work happened within any area of your office in terms of gathering evidence or considering whether or not to bring these charges?
You want me to answer? Not particularly. I don't think it's any of their business.
You're getting into why a grand jury returns a bill of indictment. That is a deliberative process wrapped in the discretion of the district attorney. We're not going to get, I'm going to instruct her not to answer. Wait just a minute, let me finish. You can, if you see fit, you can seek to enforce that question, at which time she would be entitled to a jury trial in Fulton County, and I would be able to cross-examine you with each one of you with a real judge ruling on real law. But until that happens, I'm going to instruct her not to answer.
So on your advice of counsel, you're asserting privilege.
I'm telling her not to answer.
I'm clarifying with the
She
witness.
doesn't have to answer that. I'm not a potted plant. I can answer.
You can advise. You can absolutely advise your client, Governor Barnes. I'm asking your
I
client.
suggest you move on.
I'm asking your client if you are asserting privilege on the answer to the question.
I made the objection on the record, and told you even what you can do to enforce it.
What was the total cost of the election interference case?
I don't recall, but if we want to talk about cost, I'd love to talk about how last year alone the AG paid one lawyer $8 million.
You don't know what the cost of you don't know the cost of the election interference case?
I don't know the exact cost.
What's the range?
As I don't want to speculate to numbers.
Oh, this is
Whatever it cost, they tried to steal the rights of thousands of Georgians. It couldn't have been enough.
What was the rough total operating budget of your office last year?
I don't know that. It's probably around $40 million. That's a speculation and a guess. That includes state money, grant money, and that's not an exact number. I don't do the budget. I have very high-level conversations about that.
Okay. Can you give us a rough breakdown of that, the county budget and the state budget?
I cannot, and I'm not going to guess for you.
Does the federal government give you any money?
I do have some grants, yes.
The only source of federal money you get is from grants?
To my knowledge, I don't. There may be something else. We may have some federal seizure money. If we do, it's not much. So I don't know. I don't want to speculate. If I say, oh, they gave me grant money and this federal seizure money, and you find some line item someplace that I don't know, you'll swear I was trying to lie to you, when the truth is I don't know the correct answer.
I'm just trying to get to, I know you run a tight.
We do not endorse this fool, and that is not supposed to be a demonstration of support. The organization is supposed to stay out of politics.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
This guy sitting behind her with the alpha scarf on, that's totally against the rules of the fraternity, and it's in violation. He ought to be sanctioned.
All right.
so you can
And
hear it.
this thing here, the body, somebody put the question up, why are they leaning away from the mics? Because they're showing deceptive body language. In other words, they're trying to hide.
Okay.
Place that when people come to Georgia, they're coming is to
And you mean to
Atlanta
tell me
on a
you're in
daily
charge of
basis. We
this
have
office
5
and you
million
don't know
people,
these facts,
and
you know,
very
off the top of your head?
this committee wants
This
to
is
do
just
some real work.
obstruction.
It'll get serious
And
about
he
crime
can
fighting
advise
among
her
the
all
state,
he wants
from
to, but
every
the bottom
rural
line
community
is
to
Madam DA, I'm gonna
every.
give you-
I'm
will
answering
be
my
required to
question.
answer,
That's
or
not an
there
answer to
could
the
be
question.
sanctions
Okay, well, I'm-
imposed.
Finish your answer.
If this committee
take
wants
the
to get
Fifth
serious
Amendment.
about legislation,
I can't hear you.
invest more money in every district attorney's office across this state.
I said
That's the rural DAs need more.
she could take the fifth, but she won't because she want to be sassy.
Yeah, I know. And see, that's what she did the first time that got her in that mess. Now, see, the state attorney general is going to go in front of a grand jury. And
Well,
see,
and
you
you
heard
have the
that
pow-
figure of $8 million. That's what she wanted to get to Wade so the two of them could split it.
All right, so I want to finish playing the rest.
The resolution said to take advice on legislation.
And we will get to that time.
Well, you asked the question, she has a right to fully answer.
And if she would answer the question, Governor, I would not be saying it. She's pontificating on everything from rape kits, which was what she was about to get into. The question was the amount of money that came from state funds and county funds. And if she doesn't know the answer to that question, the answer is I don't know. The question isn't let me talk. The answer isn't let me talk about rape kits. So I'll get back to the line of questioning. I'm going to give you latitude here, Madam DA, but I same way in a courtroom, there are guardrails as to what we need to stay in and within. Indeed,
That's
Governor.
a very good way of putting it.
And this is not a courtroom.
Power to make evidentiary rulings, and you don't have the power.
I have plenary power, Governor, to conduct the meeting.
No, sir,
Absolutely.
You do not have plenary.
He does.
I know you think you do, and that you're above the law, but you are not. If you want to
See this? You know what they're doing?
Governor.
They're making it look like he's trying to act above the law. He's not. The rulings have not been specific in Georgia, but they have not done anything against the national trend.
We know the
which
motives.
is
He's on the
Governor,
ballot.
When
Governor,
the legislative body
This
puts the
is
money up, they can ask what happened
this
to
is
it.
a hearing of the Senate Special Committee on
You're
Investigations.
not worried about those that you convicted illegally.
This is
and
so
locked
much
up.
BS right
Why is
here.
it that you run ads?
We're going to go on to our next question. How are the funds, you say that we give you the money, and I know that's a loose
Get one
term,
DA for every
and
That's- if
that
you
flows
want to know
into the Fulton County coffers, so to speak, and when you remit payment, you do that through the Fulton County accounting system. Is that correct?
Your question was compound. I didn't understand.
Sure.
that.
I'll try to break that down.
This
When
guy
checks
that's
are written as a
leading is
result of a
pretty
check
good lawyer.
request made by your office, those checks are paid by Fulton County. Is that correct?
I don't know how every check is written and if that's going to be 100%
You
accurate.
don't?
So I'm going to refrain from asking that question. What I can tell you is that, and probably happens in every other circuit, the district attorney has control over their budget and they don't have to go to the county. But I understood I was a woman DA coming into office. I also understood that I was African American.
Oh, did you hear
And so
this?
therefore there would always be a target on my back. And so I did two things
Did you hear
financially.
this?
One is I've never, so people can stop requesting, had a
that
credit
is
card
weak.
associated with that office. Never. So I've never had a credit card, will never have a credit card. The other thing I did is that there is a CFO of Fulton County, a white female. Her name is Sharon Whitmore. I believe you've heard from her. And so I made it so that the procedures of my office, although I did not have to do it, that it has to go through her for clearance. That way nobody would say the district attorney stole any money.
Okay, that gets to the core of my question. So when you're paying vendors, when you're paying contractors, that's going through, I think you said her name was Miss Whitmore, and she did testify before the committee.
You know what the real question
What I'm getting
Didn't
to,
you
and I'm trying to
anticipate
figure
that
out
these
is whether when
questions would be
the state
asked
funds
and
come
you
in,
came in here lackadaisically without preparation to answer them? You've done no personal research? Is that some idea about
I
how
really couldn't answer
slack
the
you're
question.
running
There's
this office?
many
So in other
different
words,
pots
we
of money
don't
from
need
the
to send
county.
any more
The
money to your
state
direction.
directly pays
In your
those state
direction, you can't
employees.
manage it.
Then they get another check from the county, the ones that don't make enough from the state. I really can't fully answer your question of all the ways. I have a team that I call my deputy. I have a deputy of operations and a team that does that kind of stuff, but there's some money from the county, there's some money from the state. The grant money I know goes through the state.
And
The
by the
truth is,
way,
I don't
she's
have any
talking
grants.
about
Fulton
commingling
County
it,
has
and that's
grants,
illegal
but
for
those
some of
grants
the
do
federal
benefit
funds
my
that have
office.
come in.
My
So she's
Saki
putting a
unit
foot in the
is
mouth again.
renowned. I'm ending the year with a 100% conviction rate on Special Victims Division. Saki is a sexual assault kit initiative. Georgia, like many states, failed
That doesn't
victims,
answer
mainly
her
victims
question,
of color.
his question.
And so rape kits for years, going back to the 80s, were not tested. So we have a grant with the federal government that, and
Where'd
I'm
the
talking
money
about
go?
thousands of rape kits, where they go and they test those
That's
rape
what
kits.
they've done in
What we
Shelby
have
County.
found is
They
if they would have
stole the
done those
money.
jobs and believe those victims, that many of those rape kits go back to serial rapists. They also go back to people that have committed other crimes. I have excellent attorneys that are in that unit, some that I pay out of the grant, some that I add with my general fund.
Well, tell
and as
us
I
how
said, not
much.
just
They
my
asked
Saki
you.
unit,
You
but my
said you
crimes
didn't
against
know.
children unit, my Saki unit, my sexual assault unit, my human trafficking unit. We're ending the year with 100%.
So just yes or no on these, we can move quickly on to the next topic. You said you do not have a county credit card or a DA credit card.
Absolutely not. So y'all can say I stole some money.
Is there any sort of DA checking account that's separate that you use to pay your vendors or anything like that, or is it all go through the county?
I really can't answer that, and so I'm not going
They're
to
laying a
speculate.
trap.
Okay.
That's
You
commingling
mentioned
of funds.
forfeiture funds before. Do you have a ballpark of how much you've received? I think you said it was a small number of state forfeiture funds.
No, I said federal.
Okay.
I don't think there's much in the federal forfeiture account.
Do you receive state forfeiture funds?
I do.
Approximately how much a year is that in an average year?
I don't know the number to that. I can tell you I have sitting in abeyance. I just did a huge forfeiture, but it's not money we can touch yet, and it's a couple $1 million.
Okay. What's your understanding of the allowed uses of state forfeiture funds?
Oh, if I don't know the use of a forfeiture money, I talk to lawyers in the office. I'll go to PAC. I don't touch forfeiture money
She's
unless
not
I get
doing
some
her
approval.
job. That's her job.
Do you know of any delineation between the allotment, the allowance of uses between state forfeiture funds
Yeah, there's
and
definitely
federal?
rules around. There's definitely rules.
I was asking about the difference between federal and state, if there's any rules there.
There are rules to both, and I don't know I can't tell you the rules
You're
for
the
each.
boss.
Anytime we were going to make an expenditure, we would look at it, I'm sure.
Do you
Well,
know if
what
those
do
funds
you
are
do?
commingled at all within your system?
I don't
There
know,
it
but I
is,
would believe not.
commingling.
Okay. Who is it? You mentioned that you've got people. Who is it that oversees the use of forfeiture funds in the office?
It's going to be the county that stuff is going to go back to the county.
Okay. And do you know whether or not any forfeiture funds were used to pay Mr. Wade?
I'm not aware of that. We would have submitted the invoices to the county. The county would have used one of those mini line items. They would have paid them.
Can you think of a reason why forfeiture funds would be used to pay Mr. Wade?
I guess he's,
Don't ask, she just told you that she doesn't know, so
yeah, you were asking me to speculate.
You do not know whether Mr. Wade was paid with state forfeiture funds or not?
You're asking me to speculate.
No, I'm
but
asking if you know whether or not state forfeiture, any forfeiture funds were used.
I'm unaware of that.
Okay.
I'm unaware if the answer is yes. I'm unaware if the answer is no. What I'm aware of is the process was turn in a bill, and they would do it. You and Jim Jordan working together?
I've never talked to Mr. Jordan.
What the hell?
Just
I don't know
want to
about
point
that.
this,
Anybody who doesn't report people that get raped in college, I'm gonna have to disagree
just
with you
want to
there,
point this
Governor.
out here. This is
You hear this?
you recognize
Trying
the
to
bottom
get
form
around.
here, Fulton County
Which is,
court
you're
payment
in
voucher.
charge and you
This
don't
is
know anything.
You've never seen any
What are you
document in this
doing?
format before?
Never.
Oh, this is weak.
Well, this shows a number of things
This
here. It
is
shows
weak.
what fund it was paid from here, which is 440, which is your forfeiture, the forfeiture fund account. You can see at the top the unit name, confiscated funds for this invoice, and then here you can see that this was a payment made, and I apologize, you can't see my mouse. On the left side there, right in the middle, you can see that this was a payment made to the law office of Nathan Wade. In reviewing for your testimony today, we just did review the bills and look through different sources of funds that were used to pay Mr. Wade. I know you weren't, your testimony is you were not aware that forfeiture funds were used. We saw Mr. Wade was paid from forfeiture funds and from the county general fund, which is Fund 100. And that's why I was getting to the uses of forfeiture funds to pay independent contractors. Do you have any knowledge of any restrictions that may be around the concept of using forfeiture funds to pay independent contractors?
I do not. It was my understanding that Mr. Wade was paid out of my professional services budget.
Okay. What's the accounting process? Like, that's kind of what I was getting to earlier, of kind of, if it was your understanding he was paid out of the professional services budget, that would intimate that there's some sort of accounting procedure within either your office or the county office where there are separate fund allocations. And I asked you if your funds were commingled and everything was paid out of the same, or if there were dedicated accounts. So you were, unaware that Mr. Wade was paid out of the forfeiture funds. You believe he was paid out of the professional services funds. What would be the process, as you understand, in your office to determine what fund a invoice is paid from?
You're in the weeds, and I don't know the answer.
Okay. We've already talked about the selection of the special SADAs, special assistant district attorneys. I may use those interchangeably. The process of interviewing Governor Barnes, among some other folks, ultimately settling on Mr. Wade.
Well, I don't want you to act like he was,
Well, after just talking to 2 or 3 people, I think, to be fair, I don't think
he's a
I'm not saying
lawyer
it's the
been
bottom of
practicing law 25 years.
Sure. What was the reason that you chose to use, and I think if you could just unpack this for us a little bit more, that you chose to use a special assistant DA at the rate of $250 an hour versus using the attorneys that were already in your office, or hiring additional attorneys at a rate that you referenced earlier is between, I think you said, between $85,000 and $200,000 a year?
Because we were drowning, and each of so most of the lawyers I had in the office wouldn't be qualified to do that work, most of them. I had some that were
Then
qualified
why do
to do
you
that work.
have them?
But each of them had a major project. Let me use those 2 cases that mattered most to me, Kennedy Maxey and Sequoia Turner. I was determined we were going to win those cases. So on day 1, those cases got handed to Ms. Dacia Young. In addition to handing her that, because nobody has one job, I handed her the Special Victims Division, at which time had like 8 units. So she's doing both these 2 big cases, and she's over the entire Special Victims Division. Same thing with Mr. Carlson, very qualified lawyer, but I handed him 6 units, and I also told him, you gonna get rid of these 250 or so murders that we have. We're gonna do a project, we're gonna set it up, we're gonna go one by one. So every lawyer I had with that level of
see, the
experience had
question down there
had a
looks like
huge
they
project.
should now
I assigned a lawyer to
accountant
deal with the
specializes in government
18,000
accounting,
backlog. I don't
because
wanna be
they're
sitting
stealing it
here
down there.
and, it took us,
That's
I think,
what it
3
is.
years
It's
to
a
get through
big,
those, as well as
massive
keep up
racket.
with the
It's
36,000 cases that end up coming in my first term. So everyone had some. So it became obvious to me that I needed a lawyer that could manage this team.
See, you know what's interesting? The
While
people on this
I did
committee know
the
more
rest of the
about the
work of the
operation of her office than
And
she
there was
does,
nobody else,
according to
either
her
internal or that you
testimony
could have
so
hired
far.
at a lower rate that you
A
just
lower
described.
rate than 250? It's an insult to take 250 for a lawyer that's been practicing law that
Crap,
long.
how much
I
do
thought
you
you told me
pay an
earlier that
attorney who
your
gets
range
appointed
of
on a capital
people
murder
that work for
case
you
because of a
between
conflict?
85
Ask her that.
dollars an hour,
See
but
what it is.
$85,000 a year and $200,000 a
Yeah,
year,
but
which would be the-
85,000 is like one domestic violence grant. I usually only hire someone with 3 years of experience. I make an exception with that because that's, an offensive salary. Although I can tell you, I think the state is paying lawyers $64,000. I mean, it's ridiculous. I know a little girl
You
just
know what
graduated
you're
Georgetown
looking
Law,
at?
and
You're
she's making
looking at one of the very
$280,000,
reasons
$300,000.
that crime is so rampant in blue-run cities because of the incompetence in the district attorney's offices that are involved. The people that are in there are not long-term employees. They are hired for political rather than competence
And all that stuff, which
purposes.
is
They are
waiting to be done.
DEI. They have an impression they want to
Describe
have,
for me
so
your experience
everything
level,
matches
your
the
top
color
pay or
chart
somebody that would fall into
and the
category of
gender
top pay
chart rather
assistant
than
district attorney that works
ability.
for you at the $200,000 a year, and to Governor Barnes's point, plus benefits, let's just say that that's $250. And if I take that divided by 2,000 hours, that's about $125 an hour.
I don't understand the question.
My question is, what is the experience level of the assistant district attorneys?
Are
in
you
your
trying to
office?
intimate that you're going to tell me who to hire and how to do my job?
No, ma'am. I'm asking you, the people, the wonderful people that you have hired, they're the top of your pay scale at $200,000 a year. What is their experience level? Because I'll let you answer that, and I'll ask my next question.
20 years practicing or
Okay.
more.
And it's your testimony that somebody with 20 years practicing or more would not be able to manage the election interference case?
You are really not listening. I said that I had
good
people
question.
at that pay rate, and each of them was assigned a major task within my office.
One
And
major
no, I did not
task.
have anyone
We got the
that
fifth
was
highest
not
criminal
assigned with a
jurisdiction
major
in the United
task that I
States. They
trusted
got
to
a
manage
much
this
heavier
case.
load than
And
you.
so I
A
made a
bunch of them
decision.
don't even
The
know
people
what
of Fulton
they're doing.
County elected me to make that decision, and I did.
Well, you ain't making it.
Is there a reason why you
You're
decided
not
to go the
making it,
special
lady.
assistant district attorney route via independent contractor as opposed to a new full-time hire?
Yes.
Just asked and answered, sir.
Why didn't you just hire a full-time employee instead of paying this somebody on the side part-time more than it would cost to hire a full-time attorney?
Governor, I'm happy for you to provide
assistant,
counsel to your
district attorney.
to your client, but in terms of testimony, that's what the district attorney is here for today.
Well, I'll
Can you describe?
give you fair notice. I'm not going to allow her to answer repetitive questions.
She
that have
hasn't
been
answered one
time
yet.
and time again.
Were there any internal policies that you had that kind of drew a line between you when you would use your internal staff versus hiring a special assistant district
By the
attorney,
way,
or was it
who's
more so
paying
based
for
on
him?
workload like you described?
See,
was
she
based on
ought to
my
be
decisions.
required to pay his attorney fees herself,
At
because
its
this is
peak, how many
personal.
total attorneys
Or
were working
have
on
her
election
staff
interference
do
cases?
it. This presentation to the committee.
Maybe 9, approximately.
You referenced to Mr. Cross before. I believe that's a.
Who?
I believe you referenced to Mr. Cross before
I don't know, Mr. Cross.
a couple minutes ago. Miss Cross, I apologize.
What about him?
Her,
Who are you talking about?
Miss Anna Cross.
I never referenced Miss Anna Cross.
I believe you referenced Miss Cross when we
Yes,
were going
she
through
did.
Didn't read back the testimony.
Can you give me the breakdown of the total attorneys that were on the case? How many of those were full-time within your office, and how many of those were independent contractors?
I believe I had 3 independent contractors.
One of those being Mr. Wade. Who were the other two?
John Floyd, Anna Cross. Diversity, white male, white female, black male. Diversity is intentional.
What kind of experience do you look for in
there we
those
go.
special
What I
assistant
say,
district
got to
attorneys?
match the spectrum rather than the capacity and the ability.
They're all amazing lawyers. John Floyd is the RICO expert. He wrote the book, literally. He taught me RICO. So that was his
I went
experience.
to
He's
law
not
school with John Floyd. He gave me a cigar when her ass was born.
He's not
in
necessarily going to be the
1972.
trial prosecutor, but he certainly is great to help you put together an indictment, and he is certainly capable of questioning a witness. But
Well, no,
that
that's
was
not her
his
father.
forte.
Excuse me. His name is
Ms.
John
Cross
Floyd.
is
too.
a
There's
brilliant
another.
mind. She writes beautifully, and is very well versed in the law.
Wait a
I've
minute,
worked
but
for a
you don't
prosecutor in
pay
the past, so
people extra.
I look for
They're supposed to
smart
be a
people
salaried employee.
with
Where does
integrity
this go?
that could do the work.
How much
And I got
kickback
3
comes under
lawyers.
this?
Each the guy put in different skin that could do the work.
Thank you for giving us Ms. Cross's background, the rest of those as well. Has Mr. Wade ever prosecuted a RICO case prior to the election interference case?
Mr. Wade certainly was served as a prosecutor before this. He also has worked as a criminal defense attorney, and I believe he has defended RICO cases.
But as far as you know, he had not prosecuted.
I didn't need him for that. That's why I get to make the selection and not you.
Has he ever prosecuted any felonies? No, you referenced him prosecuting cases. It's my understanding that this was the first felony case that he was on the prosecutor side for. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure if that's accurate. I believe he did some work for the Attorney General, although the Attorney General never tries as many cases as my office.
I'm going to turn in a complaint about this clown
But
wearing an
different people are looking
A5A
for different things.
emblem, trying to act
The
like
people
it's
of
an
Fulton
endorsement of
County
this
elected
witch.
me to make those decisions, and I know y'all want to come in and be daddy and create QAnon committees that will judge prosecutors and have these committees, but unfortunately for you, I won this vote by 68% this time, 87 in the Democratic, 68 the general, 72% last time. So the people of Fulton County have selected me to make these choices, and I make them. And my city and county are safer because I make them.
In the in your prior testimony with Ms. Ashley Merchant, there was conversation around what she referred to as block billing. How would you describe block billing?
Oh, let's talk about Ms. Merchant.
Let's just talk about block billing, please.
We're not.
You've opened it now.
Now, I've opened the question to block
Yes,
billing.
You know, the credibility of whoever's saying it is an issue.
Well, then let's just
So I'd like to talk about what this
She's
committee did
nervous.
the last time
See
we
how
were
she
hearing
was
for the press.
fumbling?
I will have 50 copies of this so each person can get a copy. You all, the last time y'all had a committee meeting, you all purported this lie that I had the honor of meeting Vice President Kamala Harris. The
question's
Me?
about block
No, I'm
billing,
going to
Madam
answer
Dia.
this question right now. And when you stated that, you stated that it was me and it was Mayor Dickens. And then you put this exhibit up for the entire world to see. How disingenuous, how lacking of integrity for Ms. Merchant as an attorney to put it up, and for Cowsert, who I noticed is cowardly not here, to have it here. This clearly says, I'm at a Black History Month project. Almost every important Black elected official across the country was invited to it. I'm on the lawn with a cocktail, and yet y'all tell the world I was sitting down with the vice president having a meeting. It was a damn lie. And this is the evidence of it. And y'all had the audacity to put it up on a screen as if you were showing something other than the DA was having a cocktail on the lawn. I have never even had the honor of meeting Vice President Kamala Harris. Never.
how would you define block billing?
Yeah,
Like
back
somebody
to
who didn't
the
know what the hell
question.
they were talking about.
When I refer you to the screen, these are.
I don't review those documents, so you're asking me to look at documents that I haven't for the first time. What I can tell you is that I
I'll give
only
you time to
allowed
review the
Mr. Wade to
documents.
bill 160 hours a week, and then Mr. Wade would be the first one in the office making sure that my staff arrived. He
160
corrected their
hours
behavior.
a week.
They thought that 8:30 meant 8:30. He taught them that
Wait,
8:30
billing
meant 7:45.
160
He got there
hours a
before
week.
them. He left
The
after
standard
him.
work
He
week is
taught them
40.
how to do this case,
Attorneys
and he
really
was a
hitting it
leader to
might
that
put
team
in
and a
60,
public servant. And
70.
for that, him like
Put
me
for
has been
a
threatened
whole month
thousands
worth
of times. You
every
want something
week,
to
and you
investigate as a
billing one?
legislature?
Oh, no.
Investigate how many times they've called me the N-word. Why don't you investigate that? Why don't you investigate them writing on my house? Why don't you investigate the fact that my house has been swatted if you want something to do with your time that makes sense? And you can use all this in your campaign ad. You attacked Fani Willis. What have you done, sir? Nothing.
So I'm going to refer you to the screen. I know you said you don't approve.
I don't look at this.
review
I've never
these
seen it,
bills.
so I can't talk to you about documents I don't approve and don't review. Can't talk to you about it.
Who does approve the documents in your office when invoices come in?
I thought we'd been through this.
I don't believe you said who reviews the invoices and approves the invoices in your
First of all, I have no firsthand knowledge of it.
You have no
You
firsthand
want me to
knowledge of.
testify about something I don't have any firsthand knowledge of?
I'm asking-
Are you asking me to speculate? Because I've clearly told you I don't have any firsthand knowledge of it, and I'm not going to speculate.
The question is, when an invoice comes into your office from a special assistant district attorney, what is the review process for that invoice before it's paid?
And she's answered this. She said she has a deputy of operations, and he reviews, or she reviews, and then it goes through the county. So it's a repetitive question.
What's the name of the deputy of operations?
The question has been asked and answered, and I believe it goes straight to the county, so I'm not sure. Dexter Bond.
Okay. Do you know who ATG may be, initials within your office?
I don't.
I would assume it's accurate to say it's probably not Dexter Bond.
I don't. It may be somebody at the county.
What we're looking at here are two bills that were paid by and approved by your department. The one on the left is from the Cross firm, which refers to Anna Cross that we referenced earlier. The one on the right is invoice number 11 from Nathan Wade. And the first thing that
Let me tell you why this is such a
the
damn
first
joke.
thing that jumps out to me as a non-lawyer, but as someone who has paid lawyer bills before, and I believe this gets to the question, the question which was around block billing. And here's my question for you, Madam DA. Are there rules in your contracts or otherwise when you hire independent contractors that gets to the billing methodology for your attorneys? In other words, are they allowed to always bill to the even hour, or is there a professional expectation that they would bill to the 10th or
Let me tell you something. I had 3 attorneys working with me that had integrity. For you to insinuate that a judge that sat for 10 years and was the head of the magistrate court judges, that they did something illegal. They were underpaid. I have here documents where in one annual year, because I want you to remember his bills were over the course of 3 years. In one annual year made $8 million, made $5 million. And I'm going to make sure that the press has that so that when you're asking me about this great service to the state of Georgia, that it is understood that these are more than reasonable, actually bargain basement amounts. Ms. Cross would insist that I wrote government rate in her contract because she didn't want anyone to get confused that she would actually work for this rate, but for the fact that it was service to her community. So I don't know what we're talking about here, but to insinuate these 3 lawyers that have great integrity, have served this community well, did something unethical, I don't know why we're having this conversation.
I'm trying to.
I don't know anything about the whatever you're talking about.
The state of Georgia allocates funding to your office.
They hire those 25 lawyers, yes.
And we are trying to, the questioning here is relative to the approval process of invoices that are paid by your office. You have testified that that is done by Dexter Bond, that you're unaware of who this ATG is that signed off on this. So we'll move on to a further line of questioning here.
You know, old men have to go to the bathroom about every hour.
Governor, would you like a 5-minute recess? We'll take a 5-minute recess.
All right. What we got
That
here?
is absolutely preposterous. $200,000 a year is probably the highest salary in the country for this incompetence where they can't handle but one case at a time. The next thing is she's paying 160 hours a week worth of billing from one person is ridiculous. I mean,
She tried to explain it. He came in early, made sure everybody was on time, blah, 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 blah. That's not his job.
wait a minute, and she knows nothing about the operation of her
Right.
office.
Nothing
These
about the
people on
finance.
this committee know more about her office than she does, the way she's trying to stonewall it and get out from under answering the questions that she's being asked. This is one of the most ridiculous and absurd things I've ever heard. And see, they've got 3 things that they can do. Well, 2 of them are very obvious. They can just cut off funding going to Fulton County and just leave it. Okay, you run it. Now you pay $200,000 a year to some lawyers that don't know this. You hired somebody who has no experience for RICO, and he's billing at 160 hours a week every week. What kind of crap is it? I told you way back months ago that was absolutely ridiculous. This is RICO. And see, I understand what the former governor, who is the attorney, is up to. I mean, it's what it is. He's trying to help her out. I get it, but she doesn't wind up any place that's good in that body language. You know, that's moving as far away from the source of input, meaning the microphone, as you can get, which is an obvious body language clue that somebody's lying, being deceptive, or shall we say, feeling ill at ease. The governor, former governor, ought to be aware of that. But
Yeah.
he's not.
And then she was like, yeah, let's talk about Miss Merchant. Girl, Miss Merchant done slaughtered you in the courtroom several times. She's the one that uncovered Fannie and Nathan Wade relationship. So she couldn't wait to hold up whatever she was holding up, saying I was somewhere else on the night or day that that y'all swear I was in DC meeting Kamala Harris. She claims she never met Kamala Harris. I don't believe that. We just don't have it.
No,
I think
a
it was
bunch of them are
backdoor.
just liars. I
And
mean,
then
that's what the public can get.
And then
Look,
didn't Wade say he testified in the congressional
yes, he
meeting,
did.
so they were in DC.
Yeah. So, and then it also came out with the airline fares, hotel accommodations through the divorce he was engaged in with his estranged wife at the time. So, anyway, the other thing is, see, when you give a jury instructions as a trial judge, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in determining the credibility of the witnesses who have testified before you, you may look at the demeanor, the bearing, the body language, the mode and method of address, the evasion, or, or the direction of the testimony, the likelihood or unlikelihood, probability or improbability of the testimony. This chick has said she's in charge, but she doesn't know. But you see, all of these people on this committee know about the operation of her office than she does, if you believe her.
Right.
Now look at that. I anxious to testify, I ran to the courtroom. That's what she said. That was one of the dumbest stunts I've ever seen. Didn't I tell you it was a dumb bunny stunt from day
Listen,
one?
the legendary pink dress, honey. The pink. See, we on a 5-minute break from the committee, so we could go down memory lane a little bit. The legendary pink dress. Attitude, and she hasn't learned. It's just that today she got on
Look at
all
that
white.
hand on hip, the body language. This is somebody that's representing the people. That's why you got the sheriff you've got down there, the legislative body members that you've got down there. Not all of them, I'm sure, but what we've seen so far, it's just not good. And then they're trying to jump on all these people for RICO, school teachers, a music band, the president of the United States. And what you're looking at is it right there, commingling funds. And by the way, they've already trapped her into felonious admissions. She commingled state funds, which is for the state, but the feds hear this too. She commingled federal funds. Now, in other words, who's supposed to be accountable for the money that the state sent her?
Right. And then she said it was some woman, but my thing is, okay,
And
why?
look at her dresses on backwards. That's so crazy.
Because my thing, okay, if you wasn't in charge and you don't know no numbers, why didn't you go to the woman that was in charge of funneling, the funds and everything, who you send the invoices to? And why you ain't have that person print you out an audit of where the funds, where the invoices, your invoices, and where the money was funneling in and out from? So she's playing stupid.
Yeah, it's an arrogance of incompetence. This has been going on for more than a year. And you mean to tell me that in the entirety of this 14-month period, you didn't get anybody to brief you on what was going on? You were so arrogant, you didn't feel you needed to bring yourself up to speed so you could testify as to how your office operated? That is just so arrogant. And it's like,
but why is it that she always show up, whether it's a courtroom or a hearing, with an attitude?
yeah, look at her. Look, she just threw this stuff down. The body language is preposterous. Hand on hip, doing that snake charm thing with her head. It's like, what's going on here?
And before you came on, she was talking about she believes in diversity because studies show diversity, you have your company improves with diversity. And so that was really taking us a dig with the Trump administration eliminating everything that was DEI. But this isn't about diversity. This isn't about the gender or the nationality of the people you hire. It is about their competence, what they were doing, how much they were paid, and where did the money come from, and where was the money going.
And then this thing here, remember when she released this as to why she jumped up on that stand? She was pacing in her office. Look at that. Just exasperated. You're supposed to be cool, calm, collected, and detached when you are handling the business of the people.
Right. And then she's like, well, they had Wade testimony. But then she was contradicting everything from she was saying the opposite of his testimony. So it was like, okay, if this didn't happen, he said it happened. So what happened?
Okay.
She was saying just the opposite. So I don't know.
Look at this. Anxious to testify, ran to the courtroom.
Right. And then now,
I mean,
it took her over a year to sit in front of this committee, and now you sit in front of the committee talking about some
rape kits. And by the way, that's a scam. Anybody listening, that's a scam. All across Blue Run areas, you find there is a massive pile of untested rape kits that have been paid for, and somehow or another, the money just seems to have flown away. We have that in Shelby County. They put up $7.2 million 12 years ago to test this stuff, and it's still untested, and all of these women have not had justice or due process of law. And the people are unprotected because some of these individuals, what is she trying to say, serial rapists now? So she doesn't test them, and they get away. And we had an incident in here, a woman got horribly killed jogging around one of the local universities, and somebody that should have had a rape kit tested against a black woman did not have it done because of the incompetence of the district attorney at the time. And Amy Wyrick, for those who don't remember, and now another person was raped and murdered, which is horrible.
Well, before you came on, they brought up when she was talking about her duties or whatever. And she was like, when she came into the office of DA, it was in disarray. It was so unorganized. It was a mess. And she cleaned it up. And they had like over 10,000 backlog cases. And her office were able to basically get up to date with the backlog cases. But that's not true, because when me and you started talking about,
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you now.
When me and you started talking about her over a year ago, and we were bringing people on, that was the number one main complaint. A lot of citizens, a lot of people who were family members of prison inmates, and that was a lot of complaints from the inmates under her office that they were not clearing none of these cases. Like, remember the inmates that were sitting there before even seeing a preliminary judge? They were sitting there for over 18 months, and you were only
Let me turn your mic on.
there
for
for
45 days.
I testified that I had capped Mr. Wade, or Attorney Wade, or Judge Wade, at 160 a week. What I meant to speak is 160 a month. Also, I have referred several
40
times
hours a
to
week.
the rates of the AG. I would like you to know that in 2020, the Attorney General of this state paid $52,000 in attorney's fees. I've done initial $52 million in attorney's fees with the top recipient in that year, initials AF. I've taken off their name at $3,593,000. That was for 2020. In 2021, again, in excess of $52 million, with the top one in that year being AD as the initials, $2,673,000. I should note the great Josh Belafonte was one of the recipients that year, and he made $1.3 million in 2021. In 2022, the AG's office spent on special prosecutors $55 million. DS being the top recipient for that year,
wanna know
$2 million,
Why are
$200,000.
you
Josh
asking me for
Belafonte
this
made
armed robbery when there are other
$911,000.
people who
In
commit armed
2023, the AG's
I was
office
happy to allow
spent
you to prove the
$65 million,
outside the
with
scope.
the top recipient making $5 million, initials
Yeah.
MR, and I'm going to finish. And 2020
She's gonna finish.
was MR, and they made
They cut her mic off.
$4 million. And then let's not leave off 2020.
All right, we're going to move on to the next question here.
By the AG
You look like a fool, lady,
top recipient
or
MR,
woman.
making $8,181,421,000. And y'all are
That's
talking
not
about-
what we're here for today. You have some
And I have a
questions to
copy for the
answer.
press
Maybe they're
50 if you'd
starting
like
with
them.
you.
I'd like this included in the record.
All right, we're going to move on to our next question here.
And it is relevant since you're questioning the rate of the special prosecutor.
That's for the press.
All right, I want to refer your attention to the screen.
And by
Mandy,
the
have you
way,
seen this
that's
letter
against
before?
the rules
got my signature
to
on it.
use a cell phone in there.
You have
to
seen this letter
record
before?
this.
Yes, that's how it got signed.
You sent this letter on December 17th, 2021, requesting access to documents to from the January 6th committee, Chairman Mr. Representative Thompson. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. Did you or anyone in your office receive help in your investigation from the January 6th commission?
Woo!
What do you mean
Woo!
by help?
Did they send you documents?
Well, they're public documents now.
Did they send you any documents that were not public? That were not public at the time? 'Cause
None
believe-
that I
believe
can
the report's
recall.
been
None that I can
released.
recall.
Woo!
In the letter, you
There
offer
it
to
is.
meet them in person. Did they take you up on the offer to meet in person?
I've never met Thompson.
Have you ever met anyone that was doing work with the January 6th commission?
Not to my knowledge. I may have met them and not known they were doing that work.
Mr. Wade traveled to D.C. with members of your staff, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Wade billed for conference calls with the January 6th committee, is that correct?
I haven't looked at the bills.
What difference does that make?
On the left side of the screen here, and I apologize, the camera's in your way, there's a screen over here.
You'll have to remember the criminals that I
Easier to see.
indicted, they had committed crimes all over the country. And so as a result, as a prosecutor, if you know that a criminal has done crimes in this state and other states, it would almost not be due diligence to try to get information from them. Here goes some more legislation you can take up. There is a process called TUI with the federal government where state prosecutors try to get information from federal prosecutors. They are not very helpful.
On this bill, on the left-hand side, the first
I
red
haven't
highlight.
seen the bill, so you remember?
That's why I'm showing it to you, Madam DA. It says team meeting, conference with January 6th, research legal issues to prep, and then it ends with V. He testified, and the testimony's on the right side of the screen, that meant interview. And then the second one is travel out of state, interview and research, which was from April 27th until April 29th. Are you aware of a trip that Mr. Wade took out of state that your office paid for in April of 2022?
Yes.
What was the purpose of the trip?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I'm sure to get information on some of the criminals I ended up indicting.
This slide here shows essentially a reimbursement request on the right-hand side for Mr. Wade at the Hyatt Place Hotel. And on the left-hand side, this is an invoice for the Hyatt Place Hotel during the time period I referenced earlier for Mr. Michael Hill. Do you know who Michael Hill is?
He was an assistant chief when he left my office. He's an investigator, though, a sworn law enforcement officer.
And he was on your staff during April of 2022? You said when he left your office. When did he leave the office?
I don't remember.
34 cents.
But yes,
One
yes
night.
to the first question. He was on my staff at that time. To, I don't remember to the second question of when did he leave. Not long ago, he got a higher title at another office.
Do you know who else from your office attended this trip?
I can't recall. You can refresh my recollection if you like.
This is an invoice for the same hotel on the same dates from Mr. Francis. I assume it's Mr. Wakeford. Is that someone that worked in your staff?
an amazing attorney.
What was his role?
He's an attorney.
What did he do within what work did he do within your department, your team?
He does all types of work, but he is what I would consider to be an appellate lawyer.
Did he do work on the elections interference case?
Absolutely.
What work did he do on the election interference case?
He did a lot of excellent writing.
For what? What?
This slide here is for Mr. John Wooten, same hotel, same dates, same trip to D.C. Do you know John Wooten
He works for me.
currently?
Yes.
What was his role in April of 2022?
A lawyer, works for my office, does a lot of white-collar crime for me.
Did work on the election interference case?
Yep.
Okay. So is it safe to assume from both the testimony I had on the screen, your letter, and Mr. Wade's invoices that reference January 6th, is it safe to assume that Mr. Wade and other members of your staff went to D.C. in furtherance of your investigation of the 2022 election, or sorry, 2020 election?
I'm not going to make assumptions under oath.
It's either yes or no, bitch.
You are unaware of whether or not members of your staff, 4 of them that we have here so far, or 3 and 1 independent contractor, you're unaware as to whether or not the purpose of their D.C. trip was to meet with the January 6th committee or members of the January 6th committee or lawyers working for the J6 committee.
I know that they went to D.C., and I know it was in reference to this investigation. I do not recall who they spoke with, but you all have tried to make this some nefarious thing that lawyers would try to investigate and find out information about people who came to Georgia and committed crimes. And instead of being honorable and trying to defend those people that you take an oath to serve, we're here with this foolishness.
Do you know how many trips Mr. Wade took to D.C.?
In his life?
As it relates to the J6 committee or the 2020 elections interference case?
I believe one, but I don't know. It's speculation.
Well, it wouldn't be speculation if he had told you about it. Did he tell you about any other trips that he took?
But what you have to remember is it is whatever day it is in December of 2025, and I'm an office that prosecutes 64,000 people, and I know you are somewhat offended that I had the audacity to prosecute, these folks that came into my county and committed crimes. But this wasn't special to me. This was another day of business.
I could make a good conspiracy case here to violate
On
the
the screen
civil
is no
rights
invoice
of
from Mr.
various
Wade,
and
the highlighted
sundry
section.
people.
I'll just read it out loud. It says January 6th meeting and ATTY Conf. That's from November 16th of 2022. And then there is a second entry immediately below that, interview with DC/White House, November 18, 2022. Have you seen this bill?
No.
Are you aware
Okay
of
to
phone
pay.
calls or conferences that Mr. Wade either attended or was a part in that relates to the J6 committee or the election interference case working with the J6 committee that is separate from the April trip that we just discussed?
We didn't do much work with a J6 committee. So I've never seen this bill before. And I believe the only thing that we called the White House about was
You know
did
what
we have to go
ATG
through the
stands
TUI
for?
process with that White
Stands
House.
for Attorney General. Okay
we
to
have to do
pay.
with the Department of
Attorney
Justice.
General. That's her.
my rec-
She okayed it. Or at
Wrong.
least it says she
We
did.
were trying to speak to people in the Trump administration, the first one. So I don't believe we had a lot of contact with the White House. So I'm not aware.
You said you were trying to speak with people that were part of the first Trump administration in these travels to D.C., or are you just saying that more generally?
More generally.
Okay. And just to clarify, I want to make sure that I have the record correct here. You're unaware of who Mr. Wade
I can't
and the
recall
others
those
met
levels
with.
of details. I know you want to take me back to 1948 where an African-American prosecutor can only prosecute certain types of people, but I prosecute and stand up for all victims that come into my circuit.
When was the special purpose grand jury impaneled?
I don't remember the date, but that's an interesting point. 2 grand juries said these people did these crimes.
The date that I have
And the
is
grand jury was made up of independents, Democrats, Republicans. 2.
the date that I have is January 24th of 2022. Does that seem like it's within the range of being the correct
So I already stated I don't trust you. I understand you're trying to run for lieutenant governor right now. Anything you want me to testify to, I'm going to need to see.
Okay. Were you aware that in between the time of the special grand jury being sworn in and receiving evidence, Mr. Wade traveled to Athens, Georgia to meet with officials from the White House counsel's office?
I don't recall.
On the right-hand side here is the meeting that I reference. The highlighted section reads, travel to Athens, conf with White House.
How does this
counsel.
assist you in developing laws for Georgia? Because I believe the
That's
purpose
not
that I'm here for
developing laws,
is
that's
because you
where
all
the
need
money
assistance
go.
in doing your job, and you want assistance with rules and regulations around how people should be a prosecutor. And it made sense to me that you'd come to the best prosecutor in the state to ask for some advice. But I'm confused as to how this assists you and what the purpose of me being here is.
The committee has a broad purpose. I'd be happy to refer to counsel as to the overall purpose of the committee. But my question for you is, as it relates
I
to
don't
this
think it's
travel-
relevant, so I'm objecting on relevance.
She's asked and answered that. She's told you that the TUI process goes through the White House counsel's office. She's asked.
She
it's
didn't
been asked and
testify to
answered.
that. You're doing it.
And
for
it's
her.
your testimony today that the travel to Athens conference with the White House counsel, as far as you were aware, was due to a part of this TUI process that the governor's referencing.
I've testified, I don't recall anything about this,
Okay.
and I don't see how it's relevant to what your alleged purpose is. Now, your real purpose is to try to get elected, which I would say, Georgia, please, let's elect any lieutenant governor but this one.
We'll
Nasty.
get to your work trying to elect lieutenant governors in a second, Madam DA, but for now, we're talking
Well,
about
the law says that the state
I've
There's
done no
travel
work with
to
an
DC.
elected governor, but if I will do some work with this. I see that Counselor left you alone today, and he is running to be Attorney General of this state,
Madam DA,
and
we're
he
gonna
is
answer
not
the question.
qualified to be such. By record, by this document where he put up a false document trying to prove that I met with the vice president, that shows you he does not have ethics. But there is
Madam-
somebody running for Attorney General that has been a state prosecutor, a federal prosecutor, a civil rights attorney, and a state's legislature. So if people want to vote for people that are ethical and actually have the experience to do the job, I'd say go donate now to Tanya Miller.
I want to get a different angle.
Yeah, but you know what? This is absolutely absurd. He's actually demonstrating the highest degree of
Idea I've asked you about,
professionalism
Mr.
in the
Wade.
way he's conducting this meeting, and
Did you
she's
speak with
acting.
anyone that had worked with the January 6th
It's like
committee or was a lawyer for the
embarrassingly incompetent. It's arrogant. And she's already made some damning admissions that are worse than when she got up in front
Did you
of Judge
communicate with
McGavin
members of
and
the J6
testified.
committee through any intermediaries that relayed messages back and forth on your behalf?
I don't recall ever speaking to any one of the January 6th committee. What you asked me, though, is have I ever met someone? I am a public official. I meet people all over this country all the time. Shake hands, take pictures, kiss babies, all the things elected officials do. So I have no idea if I've ever met someone that may have been part of the January 6th committee.
And I want, what is J6? Is that where they stormed the Capitol
And killed a police officer?
Killed a police officer? Is that the same?
What has
committee
that
we're
got to
talking
do with what you are in there for?
The ones that have been exonerated, we say that we stand with law enforcement, but
And
don't
by
care
the
when
way,
police officers get
Why
killed.
didn't she hire one of
We're going
her
to continue on to the next
black
question.
lawyers
Governor, you are
to
here
do
to
this?
advise your counsel. You're not here to pontificate. Absolutely.
It is absolutely irrelevant, everything that you're trying to say.
How does this help you for laws? Yes, I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry, Governor.
If you've got something to ask, ask it, but don't go into, well, there must have been a conspiracy here when they went up and looked into the folks that broke into the Capitol in shamu suits or whatever that was, and put the Vice President of the United States out saying, hang Mike Pence, and that they were prosecuted and then pardoned by President Trump, and you're trying to say and infer that it was illegal, immoral to investigate that was part of a pending case. So
We're asking questions relative to the investigation, Governor. We're going to move on to the next
you're-
question.
What you're trying to infer some wrongdoing where none exists. Ask the question, let's move on.
Thank you for
Also
thank-
to
thank you,
divide this
Governor. We're
country,
gonna-
and it should be noted that there
we're
were
gonna move on to the
many
next
great
question.
honorable Republicans that brought this case to me because they knew what happened was wrong. One of them is Duncan, who's now running for governor.
So you have your endorsement.
I didn't endorse him,
Wait just a minute, don't answer that question.
So
but I do think it should be noted that
January
although you are
6th
trying to
meeting.
divide this country, that this country is not
Interview with
divided.
DC
Most
White
people in
House,
this country
another
are trying to do the
2,000,
right
that's
thing every
4,000
day as they
one
get
day.
up for work. Most people know when someone is murdered and victimized, you don't act as a depraved human being
How the hell do you
and
get to
tease
bill
them and their family in their
$4,000 for
greatest
two
time of
meetings
life.
on 2 days? That is absurd. That's an illustration of what the devil's wrong with the whole legal profession right now.
questions.
That has caused it to be at odds with the American public and has priced the use of the courts out of the reach of too many people.
So real quick, because just for the people watching, right? They deliberately keeping this up on the screen here, and this is an invoice, law offices of Nathan J. Wade, J6 meeting, interview with DC White House, November 16th and 18th.
That's not 16th and 18th. It looks like it's
Says
18 and
November.
18.
No,
Yeah,
it's
I know, but it looks to
No,
me
it's
it looks like 18th
no,
and
no,
18th.
no, it's 16 and 18 because I can see it bigger. And then it says at the bottom, okay to pay ATG, which is her attorney.
That's the attorney general. But
Right.
see, you mean
President
to tell
Trump did
me
it.
that they
Wait,
paid?
that's the attorney general. That's not her district attorney.
That is.
Oh, okay.
It's a district
2022.
attorney general, see.
Okay.
DAG, district attorney
The
general.
very next day,
Right.
But
and
see,
we
they're
referenced
there
this a
for
second ago,
3
we're gonna go
days,
back to it.
4 days? How many days are they there at basically
It
$2,000 a day?
This helps you
The very-
develop
the very next
legislation.
day-
How?
the very next day, there was a conversation between Mr. Wade.
Okay, 16, you're right. It just looks
18.
like,
Yeah, so that's like 3 days.
in the White House.
yeah, 16, 17, 18.
It
And I
reads
don't think they
interview
left as soon as they
DC
got through
slash
with the
White House.
meeting,
It's-
so the taxpayers
it's on the
paid all of that.
Answered, they said.
And by the way,
No, I'm getting
this
to- I'm
is
getting
good
to- I'm-
material
I'm-
for
I'm
a
laying a
conspiracy
foundation here,
charge
Governor.
against a whole lot of them.
Yeah, let me listen to the question.
On November 18th, the very same day as this 8-hour phone call with the White House, U.S. Attorney
8-hour
General
phone
Merrick
call.
Garland appointed Special Counsel Jack Smith. And around that same period of time, some news reports say the same day, but we know within 2 weeks of that time, Matthew Colangelo, who is the former third highest ranking official at DOJ, tendered his resignation to take a position in the Manhattan prosecutor's office, which would go on to also indict President Trump.
Ooh, you know what
Committed
they're
crimes in a
doing?
lot of places.
This committee is collaborating with the feds to build up a beautiful federal RICO and conspiracy case agaest the whole bunch of them.
You all
November-
want to, no,
on
this
November-
is very
on
important.
November
You all want to intimidate people from doing the right thing, and you think that you're going to intimidate me.
Just
You all have been
answer the
trying to
question.
intimidate me for 5 years, which is why I have not been able to live in my house for 5 years, because the N-word has been written on my
Oh,
house.
get over
Thousands
it.
of threats
You
have come
brought
to
it
my
on
office.
yourself.
And instead of doing some legislation,
Madam
when
Chair,
someone,
we're just trying to get
when
you here
someone
to
says
testify
something
before the committee.
inflammatory that you know
Cut
is
her
going to
mic off.
cause them to be the victims of crime, you ought to do something about it. But you see, I'm not Marjorie Taylor Greene. I ain't gonna quit in a month because somebody threatens me. I took an oath to do the right thing. People came into my community and committed a crime, and I indicted them. And rest assured, if someone else comes in my community and commits a crime, I will indict them again.
Excuse me, what happened to innocent until
Special
proven
Purpose
guilty
Grand Jury
beyond
released
a
its
reasonable
report
doubt?
just under a
In fact,
month after
it
this
sure
time frame on
states
December 15th of
judiciary
2022.
And said
and
39
legal
people should be
processes
indicted, but in my
have dismissed all
discretion
of those
and looking at the evidence that was the
bogus charges you brought.
most damning, I chose to only present an indictment to the grand jury of 19. And who knew? The citizens of Fulton County, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, non-politicals, all said these 19 people deserve to be indicted, and they
Now,
were.
answer the question.
The question was, the Special Purpose Grand Jury released its report just under a month after this phone call between Mr. Wade and the White House, just a month after, on the very same day, Jack Smith was appointed by Merrick Garland, and just a month after, the third-ranking member of the Department of Justice left the Department of Justice to go work for Alvin Bragg, that date being December 15th, 2022. Is that the date that the Special Purpose Grand Jury released its report?
I don't recall.
Yes, don't answer that. And let me
What
say-
do you recall?
You don't recall? Does that?
She said she did not recall, and to try to, everybody's a crook in your mind. Jack Smith's a
Well, there were some
You're
crooks.
kind of acting like one.
They were on the indictment.
So you reference your prosecutorial discretion and bringing these charges. I believe you say 50. You were talking kind of fast there. Was it 50 that you
I
said?
said that the grand jury recommended that 19 people be indicted. It's there. It's part of public record. What I did was look at all of the evidence against each of those persons, and I chose to only put forth an indictment that talked about the 19 most culpable. Those 19 were presented to a grand jury.
I just want to
that
clarify. You
grand
said 19
jury,
twice. I just want to clarify your testimony.
19 people were indicted.
Originally, how many were recommended? You said 19 for both. That's what I'm
39
getting.
were recommended, 19 were presented.
How many of the electors, there were 16 electors here in the Capitol that cast votes for President Trump, is that correct?
I object, they were not electors.
There were
You
six.
talking about the fake electors that y'all sat in a hearing and listened to, many of y'all?
In this same room?
I was not in the room, but I'm referencing there were 16 electors who took part in that meeting. Is that your understanding?
Why are you not offended that people came before you and lied?
Were there 16
I
electors?
don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. How many did you indict?
What does this have to do with you developing legislation? Because this is not relevant, so I'm going to object relevance.
Where are we going? I thought this was supposed to be.
I thought y'all needed some help.
I thought it was supposed to be about rules of conduct. And so now you're getting into where the electors met here and they weren't really electors, and how many of them got indicted, and why did you do that?
We're here for far more.
Wait just a minute.
We're here for far more than rules of conduct.
Process On why she chose to do so. It was presented to two grand juries. They returned an indictment on one because an investigative grand jury cannot indict, it can only investigate. And so, how is this to do with the conduct and legislation? I'm amazed that everybody's fixated that the election was fixed 5 years ago.
We'll come back to this. We'll move on for a second.
Let's move on.
The guy that's running the committee hearing.
Well, we'll see what you think of this
Excellent
next line of
job.
questioning, Governor.
This is how it's
In
supposed to
January of
look.
2021, you referenced his
Now
name earlier, but you
contrast
hired Jeff
that with
DeSantis to be
the
deputy
clown show being put on by the person in charge of prosecution in Georgia. Look at the body language.
and strategy.
That's
Can you
disgraceful.
describe the difference between those two separate roles, or are you just saying that?
I can't
Yes.
hear.
He's classified though as an ADA for personnel purposes.
He is a lawyer. He
Yes,
went to
works.
Emory Law School. Was there 2 years ahead of me and graduated. He's my elder.
That's not hard for me.
When you're referencing media relations, how would you describe the overall role of media relations?
This has nothing.
And you know what he's asking for, dealing with the specific allocation of state funds.
This is within the
that
scope of
she
the state's funding
put
to that
toward
department. To
that particular aspect. They're just
I didn't
inquiring
ask
how
you.
their
I
money
asked you what
got
the role of
spent.
media relations is.
Neither is that. Don't answer it. I instruct you not to answer. Completely irrelevant.
Your objection is relevance.
No, my objection is the reason she hired and the reason that she has hires and fires employees, and the reason that she undertakes to run her office is a matter of employees, which is accepted and is privileged and is a deliberative process.
So you are asserting that the role of a media relations director is privileged?
You can move on.
You want clarity on that, Counselor?
So you're instructing the witness
I'm
not
gonna-
to answer on the ground of
I'm
relevance?
instructing.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just trying to understand what the objection
I stated my
is.
objection. Where's the court report? Here's the court report.
It would help if you, Governor, respectfully, it would help if the objections could be limited to like 5 to 10 seconds. I mean, I don't need a speaking objection.
I talk slow.
I'll give you 30 seconds, but it's
I
counted
talk
by
slow,
words,
and
Governor.
I'm a country lawyer, and it's real hard for me to get things done. It is beyond the scope of the resolution, number
Okay.
one.
All right, can we break and address that? If
I'm gonna
please.
state my objection. I mean, I'm not here.
That's fine, we'll do it all together.
I'm not here
I'm just trying to understand.
I'm not here to debate.
I'm not trying to debate,
I
Governor.
think he's just looking for clarity on your objection, Governor.
Well, it's beyond the scope.
Okay.
Irrelevant, and the decisions she makes on personnel are not subject to inquiry.
All right, on the beyond the scope, I'm sorry. Oh, I can do that, I guess. Is that me?
It's on.
Oh, it's on?
Yep.
Okay.
Can you hear him?
I know I'm not going to convince you, but I just want to give you the chance. I certainly know I'm not going to convince you, Madam DA. Whereas, this is lines 26 to 30 of Senate Resolution 5, whereas many have concluded that the conduct of District Attorney Willis has brought her and her office into disrepute.
My office has brought myself into respect.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
Wait just a minute.
I'm, s-
And so that is.
I'm not done, Governor.
Okay, go ahead.
Undermine public confidence in the fair, impartial, and
The public voted me again by 68% respect.
Madam DA, I don't think that it's, well, you continued. I mean, I've got my second fundraiser email from you while we're sitting here.
Did you donate?
Impartial, I did early on when you ran against Paul Howard, and you know that.
You selected the best DA in the country.
I'm just here as a lawyer, ma'am. Fair and impartial, disinterested administration of justice by prosecutors across our state and cast significant doubt as to the purpose and validity of the charges of her office has brought in regard to the 2020 presidential election. Further, when you get to the language, the actionable language under powers and duties of the committee is hereby reauthorized to undertake legislative investigation into the issues mentioned above or related thereto. So I would submit it's broad. I presume that doesn't change your position, but I just, okay. You say that it is irrelevant. You mentioned at the start of this that you were going to be able to object to privilege. Is it your position that relevance is a privilege that you're asserting?
It is more than just privilege. It is also that it's beyond the scope, and what you've read me there is just confirmed that it's beyond the scope.
Or related thereto when it
Well,
speaks
or
to?
related thereto refers to the 2020 election.
Correct. And both you and Madam DA have said that her decision to bring the case and how it was brought and who was brought against, the exact things the Court of Appeals talked about, those initial pretrial decisions, caused people to question and the fairness and of justice. And so if that is what the courts have said, not me, I'm not here to say one way or the other, but if that's what the courts have said, and that is in the language of the Senate resolution, your position is that it is limited to what?
It certainly does not encompass who the press secretary is and the DA's.
Okay, but the question that was on the floor was, what is the role
Or
of a
what
media
his-
relations person?
What his role would be. How
Fine.
does that got anything to do?
I think the question was, and if you need, I'm sure it could be asked this way, is what is the role of the person? And so to that question, which does not include any individual, but what is the role of the office? The objection is scope and privilege, or scope and relevance?
Correct.
Okay.
And also personality.
And since you mentioned fundraising, I'd like to make sure that this is part of the record. Counselor believing he's going to go after Fani Willis and asking to donate at the last period. I also have 50 of these for the press because this is about folks sitting here trying to get elected.
Do we have anything else?
We do have a lot more, Governor. We'll take a lunch break just so you all are aware if you want to make arrangements at 12:30.
I'd like to go straight through.
We'll take a lunch break at 12:30. Madam DA, relative to your full-time employed staff, such as Mr. DeSantis, what rules, if any, exist relative to other work that they can do, either contract work or employment work, outside of your office?
If it's an investigator and they're working a job, off-duty job, extra job, as most police officers do, the chief of investigations has to sign off on approving them for that work site, as well as the district attorney. So that is to the law enforcement that report to me, because, you know, I have a police department there, and so they have to get it signed off on that it's appropriate work. I don't like my investigators working at nightclubs, but they can certainly work at a store, or they like to work at State Farm Arena and things of that nature. If it's a professional that's not an investigator and not a lawyer, they're pretty much able to do whatever. Of course, they can't do it on my hours, but they can work whatever. And if it's a lawyer, prosecutors are not able to practice law doing that. If, you know, they were selling pies at Christmas, I probably don't care.
Somewhere in between practicing law and selling pies, are there any restrictions besides that?
None that come to mind.
Okay. Are you aware of an entity called Critical Mention?
I am. I'm aware that you all use it.
What can you tell me about Critical Mention?
Critical Mention kind of tells you when your office or an issue that concerns your community comes into the news space.
Not
It has been
particularly
used
book
as
smart.
a
Looking at
device
the
by my
comment.
office to find witnesses. It's been used as a device to determine if there's a pressing issue among my constituents that they are concerned about, but it is basically an outlet that lets you know what's going on in your community. It's helped us find witness victims, and like I said, been used for security.
Help me understand how it helps you find victims or find out what's happening in the community. What's the...
You would be surprised, because people will complain about some issue. You won't know anything about it. Somebody got robbed. It brings cases to your attention. Because, you know, I'm not a small prosecutor's office. I'm a huge prosecutor's office, and so it brings things to your attention. I can't give you more than that.
Are you aware of any other uses that your office uses Critical Mention for?
I don't know all the uses. I gave you some.
Okay. You sent a letter to Governor Kemp, Secretary of State Raffensperger, and Attorney General Carr. I believe it was essentially a records retention notice in early 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I didn't want anyone destroying evidence. Not that they would do so intentionally, but I didn't want them to do it unintentionally.
So on the screen is a report from Critical Mention that we referenced earlier. This report was in an email from Mr. DeSantis to you and someone who worked for you at the time. And this came the week after the time that the letter was sent. And
Which letter?
the letter I just referenced to the governor, the AG, and the secretary. Mr. DeSantis's email states that the analytics graph is attached as PDF. The previous one I sent was for, quote, Fulton County District Attorney. This one is for, quote, Fani Willis. We are getting more coverage via your name than by title. This graph has the coverage value for the last week at over $150 million. That's obviously high, but even adjusting downward, it's still a huge number. And then what's highlighted in red here is part of the Critical Mention report that mentions mentions, which I'm going to just assume how often the search, which I think that he said this one is for your first and last name, what the audience was, which was approximately 6.3 million people, and then publicity value, which I think is what Mr. DeSantis is referencing when he references coverage value at $150 million. Do you recall seeing this report?
I don't.
You don't recall shit.
Do you recall Critical Mention being used at all within your office to track the value of media as it related to the coverage of the election interference case?
I told you she doesn't,
She told me she doesn't recognize this chart. I'm asking generally if she...
never seen the report.
This
Yeah, I
report,
don't
I'm
know.
asking if you've seen any report.
I don't know that I've seen any report, but I have definitely heard Mr. DeSantis say, that these numbers are always inflated. So yes, I've heard of it before, but you're asking me about a particular report.
Have you seen this page from a PowerPoint document before?
I've seen it, I don't recall it.
Okay, this was also sent by Mr. DeSantis to your email, and here this captures a broader range of time. The first one, I believe, was for just a couple of weeks. This captures essentially the first 11 months of 2021, at which point in time those audience impressions have grown from the
She
previous
doesn't
number
have
of
much of
6
a
million, if I
memory,
recall
does she?
correctly.
Is she
The
suffering
publicity
from
value on the last
dementia?
one that we looked at was 150.
Well, perimenopause and menopause, we start losing our memory.
Any other report that was tracking the
Well,
publicity
and
value
then this is
of your
what the
name?
state of Georgia is paying money for, to assist her in getting personal publicity. What has that got to do with the interest of the state that the legislative body is funding and that the county is getting a benefit of?
This is an email from Mr. DeSantis, dated around the same time frame as the first report, February 17th, and he's referencing now just the first search that he did, which was for Fulton County District Attorney. He lays out that name received $67 million, which he already said was more than your name. And he concludes his email by stating that even half of that value would be staggering.
Right. He doesn't believe the numbers. He thinks they're inflated, and that's kind of what I reference him
Sure.
talking, that he doesn't believe the numbers.
But he does believe that the value, and whatever value, what value means, that we would all need to interpret there, but
And
that
like
even
the
at
guy
half of the
said,
value,
she
he
just
believes that would
throwing
be
this out.
staggering.
Everything's about her being black.
as
You're
a pub-
asking me to speak on,
No, I'm just stating what I'm reading in the context here.
How
Now,
does this help?
Well, now I'm going to ask you, as a public prosecutor,
They can't really do the job. They have to
why would
be
media
specially protected.
coverage and the earned media
Give a
value,
token
either for your
performance.
title or your name, be relevant to your job as a prosecutor?
you'll have to ask somebody else, because I don't know the answer to what someone else is thinking. I do know that it has been very important to me, and it continues to be very important to me, that we are very transparent with our public about what we're doing, and that the media, when they're doing their job, it is important that they tell the public what the work is that we're doing, and that they tell them what the services are that we provide them, and that we are always here for them. So that is an important value. The first time, I don't want my constituency to see me, and this is something I say all the time, first time they get to know the Fulton County District Attorney shouldn't be when I'm locking up their nephew. That's not when it should happen. The first time they should see us is when we are out in the community doing service projects, whether that is, I am in the schools. I am the only district attorney in the country that all year long I am in the schools with our children, making sure that we see them in the classrooms and not the courtroom. So that is me touching my students and their parents. The first time they see me is when I'm giving away book bags. The first time they see me is when we're doing Christmas drives or Thanksgiving drives. The first time they see us is so that they know that they are coming to an office that is a judgment-free zone. And I think it's why, and I have this for the media too, I have a 92% conviction rate this year. I tried more cases than any prosecutor in the state. That's the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District. That's the AG's office. My office is doing this work. We are keeping the community safe. Because I know y'all won't believe me. I brought a report here from the Atlanta Police Foundation talking about how crime is down in our community. And it's not the district attorney's office
heard that,
alone.
haven't
It is the
we?
district
It's a
attorney's
lie,
office
because
combined
you
with
just
the law
got
enforcement in this community. See, I care about the police.
That it's
So I don't
going
excuse
on
that an
around the
officer got
country
killed on
about
January the 6th.
underreporting
To me, it's a
crime.
problem.
The question was, as a public prosecutor, why would media coverage be relevant to your role? And
I answered it.
Exactly.
I don't know that you
Tell
did.
me.
I want to clarify, because I think what you answered was why public relations are important to your role, and people seeing you before they get locked up and all of that stuff you referenced, which I think is valid. My question is, there are multiple emails that are tracking in concurrency with your work in the election interference case.
With my
The-
concurrency in work, period. That's
the-
the work you're important, that you think is important. I've answered the question. It's asked and answered. We should move on.
The question that I'm asking you is not, why are you doing public relations? I'm asking you, why are you tracking the dollar value of your name and your title
has told you she does not know the report. She has told you that she has heard it discussed, but she does not know the details. She has told you that it's important to get a message out. And if that's not been asked and answered, I don't know what it is.
Governor, I certainly understand that. I'm not asking about the outbound messaging. I'm asking about the inbound tracking of the Dollar Valley. If you believe that we've covered that, we'll move on. This is the first payment for critical mention. That's a yearly subscription of $10,000. You told me earlier you've never seen a payment voucher form from Fulton County, so I would assume you've never seen what's on the bottom right. Is that correct?
I don't think we should assume, but you'd actually be correct.
Okay. I'm assuming that your testimony was correct earlier, and I'm tying it together to right now. The second time that critical mention was used, and we talked earlier about funds and accounts. This check was used to pay critical mention for their 2022 contract. Have you seen this check before?
Have I seen the check?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Okay. What account is this from?
It was a Fulton County account. One of the accounts Paul left, so I can't answer you what account it's from. Whatever bank that's from, that's the account it's from.
Just to clarify, you're saying Paul, you're referencing former District Attorney Howard?
Yes, and you were absolutely correct. Former district attorney, I believe it's from one of those accounts. But that's actually speculation too, but I assume that's what it's from.
Do you know how your name got on an account that was formerly used by District Attorney Howard?
Absolutely. At the beginning of my tenure, I had to go and switch names from that DA to this DA.
And part of that changing of names was changing this bank account?
Correct.
Okay. What is the source of funds for this bank account? I know that when we talked earlier, you referenced essentially you get everything over the county. You don't have your own credit card. You don't have your own accounts. I want to clarify what this account is.
It was accounts that Paul left. There were a couple of them. At the beginning of my term, we put our name on those accounts. Me and District Attorney Howard did not have a conversation. He went to the bank, then I went to the bank, and we used it for things for the office. We've been audited 50 million times, so it's in some audit. There's no DA that's been audited as much as me.
Do you know how much money was in that account when you
I can't recall any of those facts.
Do you know if you've allocated any additional funds in the time that you've been DA into this account?
I do not believe so. Brings me to an interesting point. We did not want to take in money, and I also wanted to have an office that was transparent. And so in my first 4 years, the only way that a district attorney would take in money would be from open records. Well, I had this great idea as the new DA. I wanted the records of Fulton County DA's office to be equally accessible to the indigent and the rich. Many people abused that, and so I had to change it in term 2. I mention this because I didn't take any money during the first time for open records, and so there's no other reason that a DA would take money in that I can think of. If there is one, I'll have to be educated on it.
As it relates to this, well, let me ask this question. You referenced there was 2 or 3 other accounts?
There was a couple of accounts. We've been auditing all my audits. You know, once y'all started attacking me, they audited me every other week. There is no DA. I just passed a DOJ audit.
Do you recognize the signature on this check?
It looks like DB, Dexter Bond.
Dexter Bond, just for clarity, is your...
Deputy of Operations.
Deputy
That's why
of
he would
Operations.
see these kind of things and I would not.
Do you know what the allowed or the restrictions around the allowed uses of this account, of which you...
All money that we have has to be used for the betterment of my office.
And the only source of funds that you're aware of in this account, it was money that was in the account when you signed it over from former district attorney?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware of anything else that has been paid for out of this
No.
account?
Let's make sure you understand me clearly so I don't... I'm sure other things have been paid for out of this. Your question was, am I aware of other things that have been paid for? I can't recall that from 2021 or 22 or any other year.
What's the reason that this account will be used versus the voucher system with the county that I've had up on the screen a couple of times so far this morning?
They would make us, I go to them if this is what I need done for the office. I don't make selections on what account is used. I don't even know what all those accounts are. I can't tell you that this account is the account that you can buy books out of. This is the account that you can do this out of. But I know they have those kind of delineations with the county. But I don't get that. You're in the weeds.
And it's your understanding that this account would have been something you referenced an audit. The state Senate's never done an audit.
Oh, I've been audited a million. The county has audited me, the federal government. I have been audited and audited and audited.
And is it your understanding that this account would have been captured in an audit?
Absolutely.
Okay. I was asking you earlier about essentially what I'm just going to colloquially refer to as side work that is done by full-time staff within your office. And I believe that you told me essentially you're not micromanaging. There's no prohibition on side work. Is that correct?
Well, I told you specifically with my investigators, there is an absolute process. They cannot work as investigators or police officers because that is what they are. I think some people don't understand that in a district attorney's office, the investigators are sworn law enforcement officers with very great careers. It's something that a lot of them come to do after they've been police for many years. And we do have a sign-off process because I don't want my investigators to work at nightclubs. I know they pay a lot per hour, but I would prefer them not to do that kind of work, although I do allow them to do extra jobs.
Most recently, as it relates to I will call it the larger story of the case recently, that was a ruling relative to an appearance of impropriety on this case.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the appearance of impropriety that resulted in your disqualification from the case. Prior to that, your office was investigating the now Lieutenant Governor, was not Lieutenant Governor at the time, Burt Jones. Is that correct?
Well, wait,
I don't understand the
I
question.
don't understand the question either.
Has your office ever conducted an investigation into then Senator or Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones as it relates to the election?
How does that help you with legislation?
Wait just a minute, let me do my job.
Yes, sir.
Don't answer it as part of the deliberative process and returning it, and investigating, returning it.
Is it not a matter of public record, Governor?
But then why are you asking?
I'm laying a foundation as you would call it.
Well, why don't you skip along to the question?
We're getting there. You're objecting to
It's a deliberative process.
it's deliberative as to whether or not Lieutenant Governor Jones is part of an investigation.
It is deliberative because we know he was part of an investigation, and he was indicted by or recommended by one and by a second one. But the reason he was indicted.
I'm not asking for the reason he was indicted. So I believe that we can agree on the grounds that Lieutenant.
What's the question?
The question is the degree to which Madam DA was aware that Jeff DeSantis, while he was serving in the office, was the registered agent for a business named Charlie Bailey for Georgia.
Okay.
What's your question?
My question is, are you aware that while he was employed by your office, Mr. DeSantis was serving as a registered agent and secretary of an entity called Charlie Bailey for Georgia?
I don't think I knew that until now.
I don't recall.
But Charlie Bailey, who's now head of the Democratic Party, I consider a great personal friend.
I heard that he was maybe in the Capitol today. I've not had the opportunity to meet him yet.
He's a former DA, too, former assistant DA. Prosecutes real criminals.
Are you aware of any work that Mr. DeSantis did on Mr. Bailey's campaign
Nope,
when he ran for lieutenant governor or for, I believe this was for attorney general?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware of general campaign work that Mr. DeSantis is involved in?
I don't know. Am I aware that he's ever been involved in campaigns?
And while he's been working for your office, I'll clarify that.
No, I'm not sure that I do know that he's working for campaigns while employed for the office, but I certainly know that in a prior life that he did work on campaigns. He's like, as we get older, we tell war stories.
Let me ask you, what was the date on that? I can't see.
Well, it varies, Governor.
It says 2/1/2018, which would have been long before I was there, but then it says last annual registration year 2022. So I'm not sure at what point Mr. DeSantis did this. I'm not sure it tells what it purports to tell, but it's on the screen.
Well, he's a registered agent. Anybody can be a registered agent, not be.
Well, the secretary as well is what I was asking about, which is the role of an officer. The officer information is noted there at the bottom. Did you say you were a supporter of Mr. Bailey when he ran for Attorney General?
I said that Mr. Bailey was a friend. I think that was a cute little question you asked. But what I said was that he was a good friend. He used to be an assistant district attorney that reported to me when he was a younger lawyer. I was his supervisor. If you know Attorney Bailey, he's a white male, probably around 40 years old now. And I just adore him and his family.
So you don't recall if you supported him for Attorney General?
I would support Mr. Bailey in anything he does. He has great integrity. Anything he wants to do, I'm here to support him.
So you did support him when he ran for Attorney General?
I
I'm trying to get to the core of the question here.
What am I doing now? You don't need to know if you like them or not.
This is obfuscation.
We know that Mr. Bailey there was a founding.
See, they need to inquire what is legitimate about these
Into the-
expenses that wasn't personal rather than something of benefit to the entirety of the state, or at least the people of Fulton County, Georgia. And she's
so that's-
obfuscating and jumping all over the place.
Applicable to this case.
I don't find it relevant. But he's a friend, and I gave him some money when he was
Maybe it's not
running.
up to you to determine whether it's relevant. You can note your objection, but,
I'm asking people to give Tanya Miller for Georgia some money so we can get a good attorney general in here,
boy.
not a corrupt one that puts false things on screens. It should be noted at the time of that ruling, which I still find to be ridiculous. Mr. Bailey was not running against Mr. Jones. He was running against
She finds
and I can't
everything
remember his
ridiculous,
name.
doesn't
It was
she?
a Democrat. But the ruling was found. I take exception with many of that judge's actions, but, I'll leave that for another day.
At the time of the fundraiser that you did, it was in a primary, and you knew that whoever
That's
was in the
a
primary
great
would win.
point. It was a primary. It was not a general. He was not running against Burt Jones. That was a fabrication of facts. He was running against Kwanzaa Hall. His name just came to me. You get older and you forget things, but he was running against Kwanzaa Hall,
come
and I did a
on.
fundraiser for him. That is absolutely correct. And he need to give me some money back, $2,500. I need a contribution.
Mr. Jones moved to have you disqualified from the investigation based on your fundraiser. Is that correct?
Yep, and that's something else that I'd like y'all to take up as a legislative body. I think that when judges rule on things that are directly in the favor of legislatures, we should have a bar of when they can be appointed to the next bench, because I'm watching a lot of judges in my career do things in an effort to kind of say, pick me, get promoted, and I think that it would be some good legislation of this body and of the legislature to
Doesn't she get
say
it?
that
That's
if a
what
judge
she's been
directly
doing,
rules
kinda,
on
sorta.
something in the favor of any legislature, it should bar them from being promoted. That'd be some legislation, since y'all want some help with legislation.
And Judge McBurney granted the motion to Mr. Jones to have you disqualified. Is that correct?
Correct. And then surprise, surprise, Scandalakis dismissed the case.
We're going to get to Scandalakis in just a second, but Judge McBurney said that it was, quote, a plain and actual and untenable conflict. Is that correct?
He did.
Okay. He described it, I believe, in oral commentary and stated that he regarded the optics were horrific, described it as a what were you thinking moment.
The left
and then
and circuit
ultimately-
described McBurney as unethical. We're going to talk about, people pontificating. Is that what we're doing here?
we're going through the
just
fact
telling you some
pattern
history.
of this case. And then, as you referenced, Mr. Peter Scandalakis, as head of PAC, continued the investigation after you were disqualified. He concluded the investigation did not further warrant further action after interviewing Mr. Jones 4 times and reading your entire file, among other things. Did you give your entire file?
Mr. Scandalakis has never read our entire file. When he just dismissed his case, there's no way that he read the entire file. There's no way that he reviewed all the evidence. It's no way that he interviewed witnesses. But as Counselor set up, shitting and grinning in front of the media saying, oh, we know this case going to be dismissed. I bet you do.
Are you familiar with a company called Canal Media Partners?
It's my fundraiser. I think that's the name of my fundraisers. No. Canal Media Partners is who I pay to do filming or something. It's
Who
somebody I
paid
pay.
them? Remember, you were broke. You told IRS you didn't have the money to pay the taxes for that year. So they
Reference
gave
commercial.
you a break, which turned out to be a false representation.
Sure, of your successful DA campaign.
They do great commercials. Use them.
To the tune of $527,000. It's my understanding from looking at their website that they do media buying, among other things.
That's why I won by 87%.
And there's a gentleman by the name of Mr. Chris Hutman who
Is brilliant.
does work for you. So you're familiar with Mr. Hutman.
He is brilliant.
What does Mr. Hutman do?
He buys media space. And if you're an elected official listening, you might want to hire him because he is able to go and find you the best rates so that you can get the best media. So really the best bang for their buck. Don't mean this to be a commercial, but I mean, I did win by 87%. You might want to work with him.
His LinkedIn shows present work with or employment at. It doesn't clarify either, but it shows that he's been at Canal, which we've talked about for the last 13 years. And in a company called 2020 Insight LLC for the last 15 years.
You notice how
Are you
much
familiar
he
with a company called
knows and he
2020
can
Insight?
recite from memory versus how little she seems to talk about.
I might have paid him. I just don't
Because
remember.
she's deflecting.
Exactly. And people don't notice this.
According to 2020 Insight's current website,
Well,
there's a
somebody
partnership
that's
between,
supposed to
well,
be
they don't say partnership here, but the state's
chief prosecutor in the
their-
area, she certainly knows very little about the process of assessing credibility of witnesses.
talked about the
That's
you
not
referenced.
healthy.
He still works with him, but we could have got to that question 3 questions ago. I know at one point they worked with each other.
The website for saying that Mr. DeSantis is there is current, but it's your testimony today that you don't know whether he does work with 2020 Insight before.
I don't know that he actually continues to work with them, but I certainly know that in the past that he worked with him.
Is it your understanding that Mr. DeSantis and Mr. Hutman were business partners?
I really don't know what their professional relationship was, so I don't want to speculate. I will tell you this, the governor talked about old men having to go to the bathroom. 54-year-old women do as well, so we don't have to get me to a bathroom break.
We'll take 5.
Thank you.
No, we don't need bathroom breaks, Miss Dane. You just
Goodness gracious, this chick is just, you could come across a little less offensive,
they were supposed to go
Okay.
to lunch at 12:30. So now she went on a bathroom break. It's like what? 12 minutes, 13 minutes before 12:30. She couldn't wait 13 minutes.
What do you think about what you've been hearing?
Well, it's entertaining, but it's just like, just answer. Honestly, a lot of these committees could move faster. Just answer the question, get to the point, and move on to the next. But
You
when
do
you,
understand what they're doing, don't you?
which is what exactly?
They're setting up a step-by-step conspiracy case, and the answers she's giving are what you would need to find evidence. And what she's claiming she does not know is also stuff that goes to a petition to remove for incompetence in the position. She has gotten all of this money sent to her. She's had 1.5 years to prepare, and she knows none of this. And meanwhile, all these people on this committee know more about her day-to-day business than she does. Now, doesn't that seem to be a little bit preposterous to you?
Yes. Very much so.
See, that's what they're doing. It's an interesting pattern because I can see where it's going. Remember when she did this and she got up and testified in front of McAfee and he said, "Why are you testifying? We're trying to determine whether it's necessary." And I kept saying she is incriminating herself and revealing all sorts of criminality and see how it develops. That's what she's doing right now. And this guy, even if he's not a practicing lawyer who's heading the commission, is showing why he would be a good lieutenant governor. And he is asking some penetrating questions. And a lot of them, like you say, all she has to do is say yes or no. Maybe I can explain. But she's obfuscating. So what's going on is in the process, she's revealing some other criminality. And she set up a good conspiracy case.
Right. I put a call-in number if anybody want to call in, but if you can't hear the callers, then I'm not going to continue with the
I
call.
can read their comments.
I know, but if people want to call in, the call-in number is below. I'll put it in the comment section as well.
Well, I don't have any problems with
I just want
doing
to
call-ins.
you be able to hear it. But you have a new phone system, so you should be able to hear the call-in. So if you guys want to call in, do it now. While they're on break. Put it in the comment section. What do you think so far? Like, I
think it's a good job. I think it's more of dumb crook stuff where you're incriminating yourself. She's done some, in other words, she's trying to say, I don't know, I am horribly ignorant. I haven't done what my job description requires of me, so I don't know. Now, that's her position, and she keeps trying to obfuscate with the equivalent of, why are you trying me for bank robbery or armed robbery of a gas station or of a liquor store when there are so many other people out there that have committed armed robberies, where the answer is, well, it is a big problem, but we're starting with you and it's your turn right now. So
right. I mean,
it's like, what is wrong with this picture? It's crazy.
Is that 92? Yeah, that's the right number. All right, yeah. So guys, if you want to call in, call in. Somebody said Fani should call in and get some advice. Now I sent LA Pink the link. I think she was having problems with the connection because she went down there and she said she ended up being in an overflow room because the whole place is packed, even in an overflow. And she told me she had to leave because she was getting into some arguments with the people in the overflow room because I guess Fani Willis has a lot of supporters there.
Oh, that she's packed it. See that what she's trying to do is, I have all of this support. Look at my support, but it's still not dealing with the fact that the state legislative body has been permitted to inquire as to how the money they've been appropriating is being spent. That's what they do.
Yeah,
That
so
was
you couldn't the cut. I know. So are you going through Google Chrome or Safari? All right, so I'm gonna give you a number to call in. I'm gonna text you a number to call in. And what do you think of her movie, The Former Governor? Yeah. Is the right number? Oh, yeah.
See, the other thing, she's trying to deal with a national audience, and she's not even doing well with the audience for Georgia because they did go for Trump,
Yeah. Wait, hold on for a second, caller. This is Denise. Or Dennis.
No, it's Greg. That's my wife.
Oh, okay. 706.
Denise is my wife again.
Can you hear, Judge? Can you hear the caller?
I hear.
Okay. Go ahead, caller.
Can he?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm a city councilman, and I'm sure the judge is familiar with Robert's rules of decorum and all that, but there seems to be no rules of decorum here, and she goes off on these diatribes. I'm wondering who would be the one who says, ho, you can't talk anymore. Governor, respectfully, you can't talk anymore. We got to get this question out. Who should have that role?
The guy that's the chairman of the committee here, he's doing a good job. What they're doing is actually sophisticated. The whole committee is so much more familiar with her business than she is. It's beginning to look rather pathetic. The next thing, too, is in spite of her obfuscation, what she's actually doing is giving everybody new leads to investigate, which was what her problem was on the front end. Year and a half ago, I was remarking that, wow, for the chief prosecutorial officer in a very large urban area, she sure seems to be ignorant of the Fifth Amendment and the consequences for disregarding it. And she has opened up a huge can of worms in terms of implications, confessions, involvements and leads on other criminal offenses. One of the biggest ones is coming up right now that she doesn't seem to realize. They're talking about her available funds to pay for certain things. And one of the problems that came up on the first go around was making a knowingly false representation to a federal agency or federal agents, to wit the IRS, in claiming she did not have the funds to pay her past due taxes. So they gave her time to pay, but now we find out, if we go back over the testimony the first time around, she had $15,000 cash in a cookie jar that she could have paid. So that was a false statement. And we saw a lot of that. And you're looking at it this way, the same kind of thing this time around. He's giving her enough rope to hang herself with. She's not using it very wisely. She is obfuscating and trying to turn it into basically a discussion of, look, why are you trying me for robbing this liquor store when there are many, many other liquor stores that are held up by armed robbers? So the answer is, well, it's your turn right now, so you're in the hot seat, and she's not handling it too well. The other thing is honestly, why in the devil are you paying someone 40 hours a week? She corrected a testimony, 160 hours a month. Why are you paying him this exorbitant salary? This exorbitant hourly rate, when you could have hired a full-time staff attorney for less? And $200,000 a year to be a prosecuting attorney is way up there in the stratosphere with what they pay around the country.
Take it, we're finished.
Now, I'm astonished
Paula,
with what
can you
I'm
hear the
hearing.
judge?
I did. I'm listening in one ear on the computer, and then I'm listening to you guys on my other ear on the phone. And I did hear his answer. Said the guy chairing the committee, and he's doing a good job, but he's not really. She's just bloviating it about whatever she wants to, and nobody's stopping her. She's going on a campaign.
In other words,
In other words, don't if you're calling in, just listen through your phone and not through the YouTube.
Yeah, I couldn't hear through the phone.
Oh, you couldn't
couldn't hear through
him.
the phone at all.
Oh, okay,
No.
that's the problem. The callers can't hear the judge. That's the problem that I knew I have with the phone lines. Okay. Why is that?
Can you hear me now?
He can't hear you. You could just hear the callers, and that's what I need to figure out is why can't the callers hear the other guest on the phone? I don't know. But
well, if the other guests can hear me but not in response to their questions, it's just like if somebody is falling for a trap and you want
Well, it looks like we're going to go to lunch, so you should be able to figure it out here in a few, right?
yeah.
Maybe take some calls while they're at lunch, and y'all can see if y'all can get it figured out.
Right. All right. Thank you, caller. Anything else you want?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for calling in. Anything else you want to add? And then maybe so you could just ask a question and then hang up, and then you can hear the judge reply to it.
No, not really. I think appreciate what you're doing, and thank the judge for taking his time to do it as well. You're doing this. I'm in Georgia. I've had to watch this clown show for a while,
Right.
so we apologize. It's the state of Georgia's apologizing to the rest of the country. At least we got some entertainment out of it, right?
Right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you calling
Okay.
in.
All right.
All right.
Have a great day, and Merry Christmas to both of you.
Same to you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, so now, okay, LA, can you hear me? LA Pink?
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. And here's the thing, though, you won't be able to hear the judge, and that's what I need to figure out with the phones.
Can you
But
hear
anyway,
me? Test. Can you hear me?
okay, you can't hear the judge, can you, LA?
No. Do you want me to pull it up on the other phone? Try to pull it up?
No, it's something I need to set up the phone lines another way in order for the judge to.
Or you want me to try to get back on? You want me to try to go through another link and come back in on the
Yeah. Yeah.
the okay.
Go in under
What else?
Chrome.
What else?
If you could go
Okay.
and use the link via Chrome, try to use it that way.
Okay, let me have my husband hook it up.
All right.
Let's see if he can do it. Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna end the calls and then most likely try to use my cell phone and maybe a Bluetooth that way. That's the only problem with the. Okay, so now I get it. The callers won't be able to hear you, Judge. Like the callers can't hear another person that's on the stream, and that's what I need to figure out. Why not? I don't think I don't know if we have time to figure it out today, but I will drop the link to here, right? I will drop the restream link. And if you guys want to, you don't have to be on camera. If you guys want to come on camera, come on, but not be on camera, that's fine. Yeah, so LA Pink is something I can't, there's no audio or no video, but I see her. So it's something with the connection. And maybe you need to clear everything off your phone, close everything down on your phone. Let me actually pin this. Where is it? Yeah, pin this and replace the pin. All right. So I did put the restream there. All right. So if you guys want to click the restream and come on to talk to the judge or us, you can. Because only thing with the phone lines, the callers won't be able to hear the judge reply. So which is kind of crazy, and I need to figure that out. So yeah, so I guess this is going to be a all afternoon event, and I think, Judge, that I think she could have this committee hearing could have been over by now. Like, this is not Congress where people got to sit in front of congressional and each senator has to ask questions. This is state. And I don't know if and I don't think, well, yeah, I think other people could ask questions with this as well, but she's making it longer. She's drawing it out and making it more difficult than it needs to
Well,
be.
yeah, but see, the point is she's incriminating herself. She's revealing activities that were heretofore unknown, and she's confirming certain things by either her evasion or something else. So when you do an investigation, see, it's not like it's a television production where you get 28 minutes worth of content, 32 minutes worth of commercial in the whole hour, and you lay out a complex situation where everything fast forwards and the case is solved and everybody goes to trial and you get to see the resolution. This takes a while. So what's going on is revelatory. I'm looking at great material for setting up a conspiracy. In other words, who did what, when, and what was their part in the big picture, who's likely to be in agreement, who may in fact be just innocent. Why in the world are you paying people with state funds to do public relations for yourself? Why are we sitting up here saying, look at a great value we've got for PR? And like the committee chairman said, why do you need that public relations? I thought it was just about doing your job. Another thing that comes up is over and over again, why didn't you just get a new employee and pay them a salary for doing this? And she put in this whole thing about somebody doing part-time work. Well, he still maintained his private practice, but you're paying him 40 hours a week at this exorbitant rate.
No,
I
she was
told
paying. He was clocking. He clocked in 100 a week. Remember? You
Yeah,
talking about
I
me?
mean, 160, she said. Then she corrected it to 160 a month, which is still 40 hours a week. So you mean to tell me somebody devoted 40 hours worth a week to this kind of piss poor, weak case that they were putting together? That was just an opportunity to build the state, and they split the money under the table. Someone could take it that way. That would be an allegation, not
So
saying that.
here's a question. Somebody said, "Why is her lawyer?" And guys, if you just put a question, put a Q with a question in the comment section, and we just do it that way. So somebody says, "Why is her lawyer allowed to testify for her?"
Well, that seems to be a new trend, and it offends me as a long-term practitioner of trial law. I don't like it. And by the way, when you get through doing the analysis to determine what you do after it, you just hit the check mark. What did she testify to? Did she say anything? No. Did she say anything? No. The instruction to a jury where trial would be this: ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court advises you that statements, remarks, and arguments of counsel are designed to assist you in interpreting the evidence and in applying the law. These statements, remarks, and arguments of counsel are not evidence, and it would be inappropriate for an attorney in this case to attempt to be a witness or provide evidence. Therefore, the court instructs you that you are only to take these as advisory points presented by counsel, if you have heard any such. And again, they are not evidence. So what has happened is, when it comes to evidence, it's just a blank, just a blank. And when he puts too much in, you come very close to violating the attorney-client privilege, because the inference goes that you are answering because of what your client told you, and the client is not seen fit to testify to under oath. So there are all kinds of things that come to the fore. For example, Lieutenant Colonel Ollie North of the Marine Corps, fine gentleman, I am sure. It looks like he got scapegoated during the Reagan administration with the Iran-Contra fiasco and the arms for the Contras and the money that was acquired by the U.S. government selling Stinger missiles to the Taliban, and Osama bin Laden making the arrangements to ship the weapons and receive the funds. And now we've got 2,400 unaccounted for Stinger missiles that are still good to go out there. But he wound up being questioned too closely by a congressional committee. They got a conviction, but appellate court said that he had been induced to violate his Fifth Amendment rights by the questioning, and they couldn't allow the conviction to stand. Now, this commission, this committee, this interrogator, the one that's apparently running for lieutenant governor, is showing how it should be done. He's asking frank, open questions, and he's not leading her. He's asking for confirmation of stuff that they've already acquired through her office.
Well,
So
here's
she's
here's
going
another
above
question.
and beyond and incriminating herself.
Here's another question. Why is she campaigning for people as well? Yeah, it's like she's trying to do like a shameless plug.
Yeah, and exactly. See, we get a clown show, which is, you weren't trying to deal with promoting justice. You were trying to push a political position. You went after the president of the United States. Your case was found by Georgia courts to be deficient, inappropriate, and should not have been brought. An independent prosecutor came in and took a look at it and said, there's nothing there. This should never have been brought. So now you've had your comeuppance and you want to play this black girl card, DEI, and say, they're picking on me because I'm black. Well, and you're female. Well, if you have the position, you're supposed to be able to handle the heat. So you're trying to tell me that if you're a black female, you shouldn't be expected to perform as the office dictates, and somebody needs to stand in there and protect you because of all of this flack you get? Doesn't
Another
work that
question.
way.
Another question. So having a lawyer there is optional, or can they cast it down?
It's optional. He chose to do it, but it's like you are the DA, so you need a former governor who's serving as your attorney to come in there and protect you from fair questioning.
Mhm.
It's not so much incriminating her per se, the questions. It's just, where did our money go to? How did it get spent? Explain this.
Right.
Do it, but,
Shauna, mute the computer in the background.
Okay. Okay, hold on.
Hi.
Hi. Oh my God. Judge Joe Brown. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm an attorney from Paterson, New Jersey. I'm a graduate, 1993 graduate of Seton Hall Law School. I went to Delaware State University undergrad, historically black college. And Dana, I remember you with Star, right?
Yes.
You were with Star.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember you. And oh my God. Salute to both of you. Salute. Oh my God.
Appreciate you coming up. Shout out to Jersey because I'm born and raised in New Jersey as
so
well.
you've been out 32 years.
I'm from Paterson, New Jersey. Joe Clark was my principal. I graduated in 1986 from Eastside High School. I went to Catholic school up until 10th grade, but Joe Clark told my mother, let me come home. He'll take care of me.
Wow. Okay.
You've got some legacy.
And I'm a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha. But what I wanted to say is I'm down here in Gwinnett
My
County.
mother was too. She went over in 1934.
I went over my second year law school. I pledged Pi Xi Omega 1991 while I was in law school, the grad chapter. So I just got active down here with another chapter. So I'm excited about that. But yeah, oh my God. You oh my God.
Wait, so real quick, just a quick question. Is her appearance here today mandatory like a subpoena? Yes, and she dodged other ones. Or can she plead the fifth?
She can plead the fifth. In fact, I'm thinking that politically it would be a disaster, but as a potential criminal defendant, that's certainly an option on the table. She did not understand that when she walked in with that orange pink dress on that was backwards and insisted. And Judge McAfee, who is very young, but I met the man. He's a very, very intelligent somebody.
Right.
And he dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's, and he said, ma'am, why are you testifying? We're trying to decide whether or not your testimony would be necessary and or appropriate. She insisted, put hand on hip, and threw the documents down on the table just arrogantly, and her body language is horrible. And if you can read it, she's being very defensive. She's being standoffish. She is illustrating like that. See, and the look and everything else, she's giving us a body language look that I'm a liar. And that's even worse, compounded with a testimony before this committee. The Mike's over here and she's going, and that is so much negative. And I'm surprised that the former governor aware of that. He's doing the same thing. In other words, they're trying to get away from the source of reception for the truth because it's not in them. And if you read body language, it's a very negative thing she's sending.
Right.
So I think what they're doing is setting her up for a conspiracy charge, and some of the questions they're asking her are very, very helpful on leading someone into some lines of investigation. And they're asking her specific questions. Are you the one that did this, or did somebody else do this? We can't tell. And if you didn't do it, who did it?
So another question here. The critical mention tracking software, is this a standard tool used by the district attorney's office, or was this a personal purchase by Fani? Who pays for this, the state or Georgia or Fani?
She claims she was, but the bottom line is one thing that I've noticed that is very bad about this whole situation. The former governor is sitting in and advising her as her personal attorney. He's not there on behalf of the county of Fulton, Georgia. So nominally, she should be required to pay the attorney fee, not the state of Georgia. See, that is the new trend. Ordinarily, 35 years ago, 30 years ago, if you had something like this, you'd pay out of your own pocket, or your lawyer would do it as a matter of reciprocity, professional courtesy. But nowadays, somebody is accused of personal wrong or is explaining why it would not be personal wrong, and somehow or another, the state is required to pay the tab without a demonstration of indigency. So one other thing too, the time frame for this stuff also comes into, we haven't had our IRS bill reduced, and if you have the money to pay for this, then why did you make a knowingly false statement to a federal agency, to wit the IRS, and to the IRS agents? I had criminal cases where 17-count indictment, 5-count indictment, walked the man on everything except the count about making a knowingly false statement to a federal official or a federal agency, and that's what they'd get you on. And she set this up wondrously for an astute set of federal prosecutors.
So, LA Pink, hey, finally, you were there. What happened?
Yeah. They jumped you?
That's why I left myself. No, I just didn't want to get into a fight because that's what it was brought up to. Because as she's acting all this fool, they cheering her on with this. Like, this is something that they are condoning, not looking at it like, hold up, wait a minute, this doesn't make no sense. She's showing out. They're asking you just simple questions. You can't even do that in any other courtroom. And she's just babbling once again and doing all and they up in there like, get and gonna throw their scarves, get them. Get who? Like, we asking serious questions. I was up in there confused, going back and forth with them, because I'm like, hold up, wait a minute, because y'all are cheering her on, talking about she doing her job. We got people over at the county, right, at the jail, that is sitting there and have not even seen a judge over 190 days. That's not doing your job. So what job are y'all talking about she doing? Because I'm confused. There's a problem here. Oh, she's doing her job. No, she's not.
What about the thousands of rape? What about the thousands of rape kits that have not been tested, and all of the women who are victims of this horrible crime who have not had justice? And she even said it's probably serial rapists. So you mean you have them out there running wild?
Right.
And by the way, we have this same problem in Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee. And I've seen it elsewhere in the country, and it's a good way to misappropriate public funds. The money's out there, it's not spent for the benefit of the women, though it's some women that advocate that it's needed. What winds up happening is it's just misappropriated. That means somebody stole it who had official access to it.
Well,
Absolutely.
oh, go ahead, Shauna. Did I
Judge,
say it right?
yeah, yeah. Oh, it's Tawana. It's okay. Judge, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am, lawyer.
Would black women put their license on the line to go with a billionaire and don't have their house in order? Why didn't their more connected Caucasian colleagues go after the president? You know, Judge, I was born in 1968, 2 weeks before Martin Luther King was assassinated. We're just getting here. You know what I'm saying? Why would you take this after all we go through and still go through and go bang with the president? Who is this? My first question, if anyone would have come to me, was like, why didn't your more elected boys do it? Why you put me up to it?
What's going on is behind the scenes, there is this thing of, I'm of a protected class, so I can do anything I want to. And the administration that's in charge now, meaning the Biden-Harris administration, they will protect me. They can exercise their prosecutorial discretion such that I will be effectively immune. So I want to do it down here in Georgia where we can get away with it in Atlanta being what it is. So we're going to go fix this guy for what we think is evil. So it's also part of what you see with the Democratic Party. Unfortunately, they don't offer much of anything at all. All they're saying is, we're going to get the boogeyman, the Baba Yaga in D.C., and that justifies anything we will do. Well, what are your plans? And essentially, I mean, I'm not saying one thing or another against a person's sexual proclivities, but it's basically you have a party that is more focused on avoiding a question like how much hair can a guy have on his face and still pee in the girl's bathroom, you know. And that's essentially what you're dealing with right now. It's a theology that they're pushing by any means necessary, and the rest of us have to pay the cost. If you're a Christian, they can't put your crucifix up in a government building. If you're Jewish, they can't put up the Hebrew star. If you're Islamic, they can't put up a crescent. If you are Buddhist, you can't put up Buddha. If you are somebody who is Hindu, you can't put up six-armed Shiva, but if you are into the rainbow theology, they can splash it all up and down the hallways and enforce everybody go into this way of thinking. And see, most people don't get it. It's a religion. Well, what's the God? Well, it's got nothing to do with it. Take Buddhism. It's an ancient and honorable religion, but there is no deity that's associated with it. You can have one or not. And that's the same thing with the rainbow bit. And it's an unholy coalition between lesbians, homosexual males, bisexuals. Those were the natural groupings. Then they added transsexuals on it, which the other three don't like. And then you have the intersectionality, LGBTQIA, and you get into pedophilia and other kinds of things and saying that children can become sexual objects. And Dana and I used to run a X space until they banned me, suspended me because they said I was a robot and stripped all of my followers. You know, I can listen, but bottom line is that didn't we find out a lot of the LGBT community dislikes the rest of it because they unfondly recall some pervert turning them out, a pedophile. They don't like the idea of children being sexual objects. They don't like the idea of putting out a clown show where you have a burlesque associated with everything. They don't particularly like the tranny bit because as one particular lesbian I know expressed to me, she says she likes girls. And she very much is turned off by the idea of coming up talking to what she thinks is a pretty girl to find out it's a guy. They don't like this. So it's an unholy coalition, and it is using its very small part of the American population, somewhere around 4.5%. And with the contrivance of the communications, entertainment, and news industries, they've got the American public bamboozled into thinking half the population's into supporting this, which they're not. So it's kind of, as long as you support that, you were protected, and it's time for a change. People have just said, wait a minute, I thought I was the only one that was thinking like this, but now I find out there are others. So Donald Trump is hated because he pushes masculinity. And that's what you've got right here. The fee that you paid Wade for what he did was absolutely preposterous. I mean, the legal fees are obscene. There are too many lawyers, and too few of them have gone through the equivalent of what a physician would go through being an intern in a residence. And by the way, take all the trial work you can get, because it translates all that book learning into reality and what happens when you deal with people. And like, look at this. Look at her. This, I mean, this is the chief prosecutor in a major city, and she thinks this is okay to present to people. I mean, it's like you'd almost guarantee you'd get convicted if you acted like this in front of a jury.
Judge, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I want to ask LA Pink before, because they're about to start. So what else happened when you were there? Like, were majority of the people there her supporters? Like, there were no oppositions?
She had a lot. No, there was, but they didn't, and they did not say a word. Now, they didn't have anything to say. The ones that was probably against her, because it was more her people there to support her than the in the area that I was in. You know what I'm saying? Then it was people that were against her, or not for the shenanigans, I'll say, because it's not about being against you. We're against the corruption that's in you that you are doing. You know what I'm saying? Like that the people keep on getting it twisted. Like, we have nothing personal against an individual. It's your job that we are want. That's it. We just want your job. We just that's the thing that we are coming for, of the corruption that you're doing. Relating to the people, the community. Now, she said there's 68% or 58% people that voted for her. Well, we already know election fraud is real down here. You know what I'm saying? So trust me, I hope that her case is one of the cases that they're overviewing when it comes to election being overturned, because I know for a fact that she had spoke the day before. She was on a interview, and she said, "Oh, I'm going to win by a landslide." How did you know that already? How did you know that? And now all of a sudden, election, somebody is being arrested, one lady, for election fraud down here. But where are the rest of them? Because she ain't the only one. She ain't in this by herself.
Right.
And then the other thing, in the overflow room where she had her fan base stuff, it's like I told somebody years ago in a trial, I said, look, the court is aware of how your followers are stuffing the rooms and the hallways out there, but that has nothing to do with law and justice in this courtroom or in this proceeding. So you can have all of this you want. And one thing that struck me is, you notice how level-tempered the questioner is on behalf of the committee, how professional he is, and how this committee knows more about her business than she does, all the facts and details. She's had 1.5 years knowing this was coming, and she didn't go over the books and accounts. Her memory seems to be suspect, and it's like, my God, how do you even do a final argument if you can't remember these little basic things? You did it.
Right.
And by the way, those initials in red at the bottom, that stands for ATG. That means Attorney General. So in other words, it was listed by her office as approved to pay. And it all fits right back to her. And what it looks like when you look at the big picture is a money laundering scheme and a concealment scheme where they are overbilling the state, and she and Wade were going to split the money. That's why you saw so much evidence of cash transactions that were unrecorded during that first proceeding when she had on the orange pink dress in front of Judge McAfee.
Shawana, I said it right?
Yes.
It's your audio is going in and out. There's something going on with your audio. Are you able to adjust? Huh?
Attorney, you're going in and out. We can't hear but every other word.
I'll come back.
Okay.
Please, you were I was enjoying listening to you.
For your time this morning. For those of you at home wondering why I've been the only one answering questions, the committee policy for the duration of this committee under the leadership of Chairman Cowsert has been that questions would come through the chair of the committee. And so that's what I've been doing so far this morning. And then in conjunction with that, any questions from the minority party would go through the minority leader or an individual designated by the minority leader. And Leader Jones is here. You've indicated you will be asking those questions on behalf of the minority party. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Leader Jones.
And it actually be pretty brief. Hopefully we're near the end here. Madam DA, nice seeing you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you too. I do have one quick disagreement point with you. As a fellow person from the MEAC, we all know that South Carolina State University is actually the university.
There always has to be a number 2.
They did win the championship. Absolutely. I did have a question for you because I was wondering if I had the numbers correct. Did you say $80 million was spent by the AG's office in one period of year?
In 1 year, yes, sir. I have this exhibit. You are welcome to it. It runs, and it's $80 million just for the special prosecutors. In 2025, it was $75,744,000. In 2025 to date, so the year is not over, they have spent $80,056,000. What we did was collect the 13 top people that received money, MR, because we didn't think it was necessary for people to know who they were, but you can get this off the made $8,181,000. The 13th person on the list, so everybody else is in between, made $1,050,000. This is in one annual year.
And I thank you. And thanks for clearing that up. I did have a question also about the block billing, and I know that you didn't really look at the bills, but just kind of asking from a standpoint of just, I guess, experience. It could also be just as reasonable that whoever was actually looking at the bills could say, look, I don't need every phone call. I don't need every witness name that you talk to. Just give it to me in one kind of block, and we do it that way. And by the same token, someone else could say, no, I want every single thing. And you just have a difference about how the person can input it into their particular system. Is that accurate?
Ms. Whitmore, who is the CFO for the county, is a stickler. If she paid a bill, it was done to whatever the county rules are. But again, you're asking me to speculate?
Yeah.
I never saw the bills. I don't see the invoices. And that's a good point of clarification. Several documents have been put up this morning. I can't attest to the accuracy of any of them. In fact, it is clear that some of them have been augmented, and they're not authenticated documents. So no document that's been shown here today has been authenticated, and it's clear that some of them have been altered. But whether they've been altered or haven't been altered, it was my first time seeing them.
Right. In any event, however a person wants to get the billing or not, would you think that this is actually a good way for us to come up with a recommendation on how local DAs or solicitors should actually try to do their billing for outside counsel, that the Georgia General Assembly should decide this is how we should do our billing practices?
What I think is that the voters should elect ethical district attorneys, and that those district attorneys should do the things that are needed to make their communities safer. And that I always like the idea of, for me, I don't think it's necessary for every DA, but I liked that the county looked at our documents. I didn't have to do that. But I knew I was a black DA. I knew I was the first woman DA. And so I took extra precautions because I understand what that
You
means.
know, the race card.
Absolutely. And you also want, I think, kind of clarify on this White House trip where you're saying you were actually on the lawn. I didn't know if you want to
I was not at the White House,
Right.
and so that has been a lie that has been purported by members of this committee. That what happened is, I know we don't like to talk about Black history, right? We want to get rid of Black history museums. We want to get rid of, and I want to say this, we want to get rid of free admissions to parks on Juneteenth and on Martin Luther King's birthday. But I'll let you know something. I appreciate our president because he made free admissions to parks on my birthday. So I do appreciate that. Hopefully King Petty don't get rid of that day. But right now you can get into a federal park on my birthday for free. Now, with that being said, that was a party celebrating Black History Month. And I was so excited to get the invitation. And leaders from all across the country literally came to not the White House, because I never went to the White House on that trip, and I think I was there like 24 hours. It was at the vice president's house, but not actually at her house. It was in a tent on the lawn. Quite frankly, while we were there, I never got a chance even to meet the vice president, which was disappointing. I thought, you know, you have all these people from all over the country there. You would like kind of do an assembly line and sign and, you know, everybody take a picture, but that did not even occur. She did come on the stage at one point with her Secret Service all around her. I don't know what was going on, but Secret Service was all around her. But it was still a very valuable trip because I got to meet leaders from all over the country that were trying to service their communities. And so I was honored that I was thought to be a leader worthy of having an invitation to that event.
Thank you. And there was also a question about whether, Judge Wade had met with somebody from the January 6th committee and things of that nature. But let me ask you this, whether that took place or not, and there's a question about that, but whether that took place or not, would that have any relevance to the co-conspirators in this case who are going around from state to different states making up stuff about the 2020 election and actually trying to do the things that they were trying to do in this case?
We based our case on what we investigated. And as someone from the South and as a black woman, I've taken a lot of offense to this because there's been this indication that I'm not smart enough or people from the South aren't smart enough to be able to do this type of complex investigation. We did it. It was my team who did it. We did it all. And Dolezal, I hope that I pronounced your name right because I want Senator Dolezal, asked about ethics. I think he should know if you want a full picture of ethics that Judge McBurney, who he just mentioned, one of the fake electors threw him a fundraiser. So while we having facts, I want to make sure we get all the facts out here.
And when we were talking about also with, Judge Wade and billing and things of that nature, did that cause at all, I think the record would show that the vice president's personal attorney, based on what these conspirators actually were doing, actually called a former federal judge and said, you need to send out a tweet to say that Vice President Pence must actually certify this election because he was so concerned that there might be denied certification coming January 6th. Anything about this billing have any impact on any of that kind of thing taking place at all?
Nothing about this billing can bring back the 5 lives that were lost on January 6th, to include, I understand that 4 were people that were in the mob, but they didn't deserve to lose their lives. 1 is very personal to me because it was a police officer just trying to serve. And here goes another example of a good American, and this is not about parties as you all have tried to make it. They tried to kill our Vice President Pence. Now, I probably have never agreed politically with anything Pence said.
Who was shot to death by Capitol Police was an off-duty female cop. That's the truth of the matter. There weren't 5 people. Somebody else had a heart attack. So where did she come up with the 5? See, and that's BS.
Mentions, critical mentions. So even discussing that, would critical mentions actually have anything to do with the fact that just yesterday, as a matter of fact, 2 former co-conspirators, because the case has been dismissed, I think Mr. Roman and Mr. Cheeseborough, just yesterday in Wisconsin, was held to answer charges, 4 felony charges for actually creating a fake elector program that was similar to what was prosecuted right here in Georgia. That they're going to be felony charges facing those. And there were 2 conspirators in this particular case who had the same kind of scheme. Anything about his billing or anything about critical mentions have anything to do with the fact that 2 persons that were indicted in your case, right now, just yesterday, a judge in Wisconsin said you're going to face charges, 11 charges, based on similar scheme that took place in Georgia.
No, and it should be noted that Roman was indicted in 3 separate states, and that many of the co-defendants were indicted in separate states because, you know, and let's be clear so the record is clear, in my indictment in Arizona, they indicted John Eastman, Gina Ellis, Ruben Giuliani, Mark Meadows, and Mike Roman. Mike Roman was represented by Merchant, who came here and testified. In Wisconsin, they also indicted Cheeseborough and Roman. And so, you know, we could go on and on about in the federal case had only one defendant, Donald Trump, but he was also indicted in my case. So these defendants committed crimes in our state and other states. You know, and there's all this talk about political enemies. Not one of these defendants do I consider to be my political enemy. I'm sorry that they think of me as an enemy. I guess they don't know that their job is to serve me, to work for me, to make life better for me and my family. But they are not my political enemy, and I actually pray for them because I see issues.
And also within Wisconsin, the quote-unquote fake electors there actually got sued. And the discovery in that case was over 577 pages. Now, you didn't get to the discovery
You
process.
breathing
in
hard
this
as hell on
particular
that
case,
mic.
But I'm just curious because we were talking about Mr. Scandalakis and his how deep he got into your case. How voluminous was your case at the time it stopped?
Huge, you know, much of this room it could fill up, if not all of this room. It was huge. It was lots of witnesses that had to do a lot of work was put into this because I always want to make sure that I am a fair DA, and that's why you see a grand jury recommending 39 people based on their conduct being indicted and me cutting it down to 19 because I'm only going to put forth those with the worst evidence who did the worst things. But I'm also a fighter for victims, and I was fighting for the victims in this case. And the fact that, you know, to some prosecutors, Ruby Freeman and her daughter have no value, she has value to me, and she should have value to other Americans, because what happened to her is horrible. And for someone to say they couldn't prosecute a defendant who came in a room and lied for the grand jury, I mean, a baby prosecutor could have prosecuted it, but, you know, that's neither here nor there.
And lastly, where we're talking about billing being correct or things of that nature, or critical mentions, does any of that change the impact, I think, what these co-conspirators were doing based on the indictment, that the goal was, the ultimate goal was to overthrow the 2020 election?
Agree with them.
That was the ultimate goal.
Side was asking
And we've had
questions.
people that are supposed to be leaders.
I'm muted. He's a Democrat, so he's on her side.
I know, but the point is he's not being objective. He's asking leading questions that suggest an answer, which would be inappropriate. So,
I guess
in a
philosophical
like
manner,
questions
what
that they
you-
have already
he's
went
doing
over
the
together.
testimony
Arrival.
like the governor was attempting to testify for her in response to the legitimate questions that didn't suggest an answer. We have here, would you please explain what we have in front of us and what this is? This guy is giving the answers and asking her if she agrees. It's leading questions, in other
An
words.
indictment. And so that
Typical,
is what a
by the
special
way,
purpose
what you
grand
see
jury is
with
for.
congressional committees. But I commend the Georgia State Legislative body here for being a little bit more objective and well-grounded in what they're doing.
Investigatory means that you mentioned then ended up ultimately with a grand jury. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And a prosecutor that can't get an
It's been
indictment,
described to me that a grand jury exists to essentially put
kinda weak.
a check on prosecutorial power to require the prosecutor to have to prove some element of grounds to bring an indictment. Would you agree with that statement?
It's one way to phrase it.
How would you phrase it?
That a grand jury is made up of citizens that the citizens are brought there. I'm the only DA in the state. I do grand jury 4 days a week. So I have an A grand jury. It runs on Monday and Tuesday. And I have a B grand jury. It runs on Thursday and Friday.
She does, not the
And
grand jury
we bring
conducts its
forth
business.
cases to the grand jury. We're usually law enforcement, but sometimes
Freudian
lay witnesses
slip.
testify. If the grand jury finds that there is adequate evidence, they will put forth an indictment. It should be known by the general public that not all felonies require an indictment. Some of your lower level felonies you can do by accusation, just like you could do a misdemeanor. But for any serious felony, you need to go to the grand jury.
You may have touched on this, and I'm just going to ask you to, in the context of this conversation, outline it again if you don't
Why
mind.
is she breathing hard
What
in
was
her
the
damn
reason
mic?
for the use of a special purpose grand jury in this election case?
To investigate, to make sure I took this matter very seriously. I was not just going to charge people with a crime before I found evidence. And sadly, a lot of people in government, the governor, and other officials refused to testify unless they had a subpoena. Well, I can't get a subpoena unless I have a special purpose grand jury. And so we served them with subpoenas, and they honored their subpoenas, and they came forward.
So with the grand jury for out-of-state witnesses, there's no way to get, for a regular grand jury, to get a subpoena?
For a regular grand jury, but by the time you're before a regular grand jury, you're indicting. And I didn't go into this case knowing that there would even be an indictment brought forth.
Tell me about a material witness warrant and what the process is to get one and when one would be used.
When someone won't cooperate, you have to go get one.
Do you have to get one for all out-of-state witnesses unless you're using a grand jury? I'm sorry, a special purpose grand jury?
You can get a material witness warrant for a witness in a trial. We have had to get material witness warrants for someone in a trial. So I don't know that I understand your question, but basically when someone will not cooperate, it requires you to go get a warrant. Typically, you have to send someone to that state. They have to testify as to why this person is material. Then the judge there makes a determination, yes, they are material. They sign the warrant, they come down. That's very brief, but that gives you kind of the gist of what a material witness warrant has been used. I've used them many times in my career.
My understanding is essentially you need two judges. What sounds like one's the out-of-state judge, one would be a Georgia judge to compel that testimony. Is that accurate?
Because they have to make a determination that it's actually material.
And with a special purpose grand jury, you have the ability to send essentially a letter and a warrant to whomever you wish and compel them to testify without the process of going through the material witness warrant. Is that accurate?
Yeah, again, we're getting into the weeds. We needed a special purpose grand jury because I need to be able to issue subpoenas. So you can issue subpoenas from the grand jury to bring the people there to testify. And so if you're asking that we do that process, you know, we fought in every court in this land. Lindsey Graham took us all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States, who unanimously, I believe, I think it was unanimously voted that he would have to come and to appear.
We are getting in the weeds, just indulge us, because we do need to, the law needs to be specific, and not sure if you watched the testimony. We had a couple DAs that testified, one of whom, and I apologize, I don't recall the gentleman's name, he essentially, I'm going to paraphrase here, said that he believed that, or I think he stated that it would be fine with him if we struck the entire code section as it related to special purpose grand juries, because in his opinion that kind of blurred the line between investigator and prosecutor and puts you in the position of kind of being the investigator and the trier of fact. I don't know if you've heard about this testimony or not.
I haven't heard this testimony, but what I do know is Coca-Cola and the girl that sells lemonade, they both sell liquids, but it ain't the same work. And so you brought people from jurisdictions that do not do the complexity of cases that I do. Now, all work is honorable work, so hear that. And prosecutors everywhere are trying their best to uphold the law. But to get somebody from a jurisdiction where they got 15 lawyers and, you know, they bring a grand jury once every 6 months, and to ask them to discuss my work where I'm running grand jury 4 times a year and 12,000 new felony cases. I'm sorry, 4 times a week.
Yeah,
and,
more than that in
12,000 felonies a
Our
year, and the
criminal
most complex
jurisdiction was
cases.
much better, larger than yours, so I know how it works. You're talking smack.
So I disagree with him, and I don't even think he has the ability to comment on the work of the Fulton County DA.
Well, in fact,
and I noticed that you didn't bring any diversity here when you brought witnesses. You brought all Republican, Caucasian people
Is
to
she
come
going
and to
to
tell you
teach you?
about my work. I don't need daddy to tell me how to do my work.
Who
I
the
know how
fuck
to do
is
my work.
Daddy?
Yeah, I don't recall any of the DAs
Wait a
that came
minute.
commenting
What?
on
Look who's
your
sitting
case at
next
all
to
or your
her.
work at all. It was more so trying to get a broad swath of the state, somewhere from
But it would be like you
Right.
telling
Oh,
me
why
how to
you
run a
don't
DA's
sit
office
next
in
to
another
her?
community. I don't know.
Well, the challenge
Say
for
it
us, Madam
again.
DA,
This
is
is
we have to write
ridiculous.
laws that do
This
give
is
respect and
crazy.
deference to the reality that there are larger jurisdictions like yours, and there are smaller ones, and there are a lot of DAs around the state that have to follow the same
Well,
law.
that brings us to another law. When you all are trying to decide the
This is
salaries of district
ridiculous.
attorneys, you surely should not
Why
compare
do we
those
want
two that have
somebody
my
in
volume of work
office
to those that
that's
have
got
smaller
such a
jurisdictions of work.
self-claimed
Now, I know it brings ire to
disability
some that is the
prevents her
Democratic
from
DAs that
fulfilling
keep
her
most of the
functionality?
state safe. But the
Why?
reality is they run the largest jurisdictions. They happen to, in most cases, be minority, and they deserve to make more money.
Now, wait a minute, not at the benefit of the tax, but see, that's that thing where when the blue folk run a city, why it goes so corrupt, they think that they're doing something so superior to everybody else that the taxpayers should suffer so they can be enriched. That is absolutely astonishing.
First elected role.
Here's a grand jury, and there are lawyers everywhere that do not understand this. When a grand jury, you present a bill of indictment or a special.
Buddy, I know what a
You
grand
can
jury
do it
does
either way.
more than you, because I've been
To a
in
grand
charge
jury.
of a few of them.
Then there has to be laid
Now,
before the grand jury
I'm
a specific
sorry.
bill of indictment alleging facts, circumstances, and the defendants. And you just can't use a regular grand jury to say, well, we need to investigate this. The law goes back to the common law. It has to be an indictment, perfect in form, laid before the grand jury, charging a specific person with a specific crime. So there is no way for a regular grand jury to investigate, unless they are given some civil investigation powers, for example, the jail, things like that. But in a criminal case, the case has to be made on that bill of indictment. So, in a investigative grand jury, and they're rarely used, but investigative grand jury says something went wrong here, and I don't know exactly who should be indicted, and I don't know exactly what they should be indicted for, but it deserves investigation. And where a grand jury may be drawn and is set in statute, an investigative grand jury requires the additional step, so that it won't be misused, that the additional step that, in fact, it must be approved by not only the district attorney, but the chief judge. Not that I'm trying to instruct you on the law, but
Remind me, Madam DA, how many times in your career as a DA of Fulton County have you employed a special purpose grand jury?
Once.
Okay.
Ooh-wee.
Chairman Calzert, who obviously I've said before can't be here today, he has contemplated this concept of a statewide grand jury. And one of the things that he and I talked about was just getting your thoughts on whether it's appropriate for the Fulton County DA and Fulton County grand jurors to have sole authority and responsibility, essentially for prosecuting all state-level officials, simply because the capital is here in Atlanta, or what your thoughts might be on with that resting with the Attorney General and a local municipality. In this case, that would be, or a local jurisdiction, which would be your office.
And that's the real issue. And I know that it bothers you all that the district attorney in Fulton County is me. But I think you absolutely need, when laws are broken in someone's jurisdiction, they should have the ability to prosecute them. There is no need to do that in that way. And the reality is, I prosecute more cases than the Attorney General. We are equipped to do it. We are doing it. I think that what has happened is the complexion of the DAs have changed. And so now there's all this concern. Now we need a QAnon committee, the oversight committee y'all have come up with. Now we need a statewide grand jury and we need to take rights away. No, it's just fine how it's always been.
I think what he's contemplating, at least as he kind of jotted some thoughts out to me, would be concurrent jurisdiction, where you would still have autonomy, but the Attorney General would also have the ability to prosecute cases. You would be opposed to.
They already have that ability.
Okay.
They have that ability. So then he, they
And
have the ability.
that may be the distinction that he was getting to. I just want to get on the record because he couldn't be here today, and that is something that he asked about. We heard from, and I'm just going to summarize this because I know we are getting short on time. I do want to talk about federal grants because it was discussed in this committee.
Did you hear me say I just passed another audit?
I did hear you say that, I believe. That asked and answered, I believe, as y'all would say. And I don't think you gave us this number, but what's a ballpark number of federal grants in an average year of what y'all receive? Is it hundreds of thousands? Is it a couple $1 million? Is it?
I don't know an exact answer. I can tell you we do excellent work with our grants, and because of the current administration, not just in my office, but all over the country, people are losing valuable grant money to do the work of the people. And that is going to require some work of the legislature because the state's going to have to kick in more. This year alone, I lost 14 employees as of September 30th because not as many grants are being given. Grant work that just does excellent things for community. And the grants, so that we're clear, they're actually not the Fulton County District Attorney's grants. They're not the Atlanta Judicial Circuit's grants. They are the grants of the county. So they are not my grants. So that's a misnomer slang.
Of those 13, were they prosecutors or were they admin? What do they do?
A combination of everything. Some lawyers, some investigators, some staff.
Okay.
And those weren't all federal grants.
I want to move quickly through, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a letter that I want to ask you about that came from Senator Grassley relative to grants, and then we heard testimony from someone who I believe used to work in your office, is no longer employed, named Amanda Timpson.
Yeah, all of her, well, 5 of her cases have been dismissed now. So I think that you should know that on summary judgment because she gave this committee information that was incorrect and her cases have been dismissed. You're not soothsayers. You wouldn't know that as you went into the future, but facts were provided to you that were inaccurate, not true, and those cases were dismissed. And it's about 5 cases. Some dismissed by her counsel. One was just dismissed on summary judgment. I have not misused grants funds. You were given false information.
Let's
That's not the
clarify.
only witness that gave you false information, but that one certainly did.
Okay. And I'm going to kind of cross-reference a couple of things that was the testimony from Ms. Timpson. I also will reference a couple of things in the letter. The letter specifically notes that your office received $500,000 in 2020 to open a youth empowerment and gang prevention center.
You know I wasn't the DA in 2020.
Correct. I'm just going to ask you if the money for the grant has been used for that purpose, to your knowledge.
I wasn't the DA in 2020. I can't speculate.
After receiving Mr. Grassley's letter, did you have the opportunity to look into the use of that
I don't
$500,000?
believe I did. I don't think I responded to Mr. Grassley.
Okay. The letter highlights a report that roughly $89,000 of those funds have been diverted to what is known as the Offender Alumni Association. Is that report accurate to your knowledge?
I don't have any knowledge, and I'm not going to speculate.
Okay. When Ms. Timpson was here, she previously testified that she discovered that the office was using these grants and expenses that were not eligible for the grant. Specifically, she mentioned swag, computers, and travel.
And didn't know what she was talking about, which is why her cases were dismissed.
So is it your testimony that the funds were not used for swag, travel, or computers?
Let me speak specifically to the one that I know about.
Okay.
I bought a computer for a grant employee. I did not use grant funds to buy it. I can, which I do with all my grants. It's never enough. So you always do things to support the people working on the grants. But what I can tell you is her cases were dismissed because they had no merit. One was just dismissed on summary judgment.
She testified that she had brought this to your attention in late 2021. Do you recall that conversation?
I do not recall it. What I recall is Ms. Timpson being a troubled employee that did not do well at the office, that I moved her. I remember she was one of those people I interviewed. I remember feeling terribly sorry for her because she's got a tragic story. So I was proud of that she had kind of lifted herself up by her bootstraps, but she ended up being an employee that was a holdover employee and not very good at her job. We tried and tried to work with her. Ultimately, she put some of my employees in fear, and she was let go. And that's what I recall.
And she was let go in January 2022. Is
I
that-
don't remember. I've had up to 400 employees before the ARPA money was employed. I literally have no idea. She obviously was not a lawyer or an investigator, and that is the tiers of my office. A lower level employee, I don't remember.
Okay. Going back to Grassley's letter,
I told you I didn't respond to Grassley's letter. I don't remember it. It doesn't stand out to me. It wasn't important to me.
I'll just highlight for you one thing he said, just allow you to clarify if it's accurate or not. He cites a report in the letter that says that in 2023, 98% of these federal grant funds were spent on travel and conferences.
I don't know if that's true or not. I doubt it's true. But if it was spent on travel and conferences, it would have been allowances of the grant. But that sounds inaccurate to me. But again, we're speculating.
Okay. Chairman Grassley asked you for a series of documents, and based on what you just said, I think I know the answer to this question, but I just want to clarify. He asked for a list of all federal grants received by the office since 2019, complete accounting of all expenditures of grant funds, reports related to planned expenditures of those funds. Have you complied with Mr. Grassley's request?
I believe Mr. Grassley was ignored.
Okay. Would you be willing to provide those documents to this committee?
I think you've been provided documents. What did happen was I provided documents to Jim Jordan.
Do you know if federal grant uses and sources and details that was requested by Mr. Grassley would have been captured in what you provided to Mr. Jordan?
Have no idea. This is a large office. It's not a rural office. I have a grant team.
So if we request these documents, you'd be willing to provide them to the committee?
Whatever's been provided is what I was willing to provide.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll consider. But I think it is included because I went to Washington on the Jim Jordan.
Can you say that one more time?
I went to Washington on the Jim Jordan committee twice. And not only did they have all the documents, they sent another team of auditors down and they said everything was spent correct.
I just passed a federal DOJ audit this week.
The Fulton County Ethics Code was amended in April of '24 to clarify that it includes elected officials. Is that your understanding?
I have no idea what Fulton County did.
That wouldn't apply to her.
Yeah, I'm not a county elected official. I'm a state.
She's a state elected,
Right.
not a county.
Okay, so your position would be that the county ethics code, anti-nepotism code that they updated to include elected officials, when they expanded that scope, that would not include you. That would be your
There's
position.
county electeds and there's a state elected. I am a state elected.
Okay.
I represent the Atlanta Judicial Circuit.
Does PAC have any sort of model language around either internal ethics codes for your office to use or any sort of anti-nepotism
You have to ask PAC.
language? Are you aware of
I'm not.
anything that PAC has provided? Can you provide the committee with any sort of internal ethics guidelines that you have, as well as any sort of anti-nepotism policy that your office
They're
has?
getting on friends and associates being hired.
Decide whether it's relevant to the inquiry or whether it's privileged or whether you've already received.
Okay. Does an internal ethics policy exist in writing?
You know, you mentioned companies, and, you know, it's interesting because I also saw where you posted where it's always Fulton County. But the truth is, you have a company that you've listed on your disclosures for finances, and that company stole millions of dollars from Fulton. If you want to look at ethics, you might want to look at that.
Does your office have
And
any sort
the
of
company's name is
internal
Teletrax, in case
ethics?
anyone thinks I'm making this up. And people died because that company did not provide the services that they purported to provide.
Does your office have an internal ethics policy that's in writing?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. I want to lastly just ask a couple of questions about the Open Records Act.
Let me tell you something. I have a 92% conviction rate and a 92% clearance rate with open records. From January of 24 till November 30th of 2025, I've gotten over 1,600 open records requests. This ain't a rural town.
Say that number again, I'm sorry.
Over 1,600. and we have cleared 92%. Now, it should be noted that in 24, people were abusing the open records thing. Ms. Merchant, as you mentioned, over 30 requests for open records. Lots of people were abusing it, and it troubles me that in 25, I have to now start charging people for open records because I realize people will abuse it. But 92% of the open records requested, we have cleared.
Can you define cleared? What do you mean when you say cleared?
They've asked for documents, and we've given them to them.
Okay. And you mentioned you're now having to charge an hourly rate. You were not, there were no hourly rates. that
Not
were
from
being charged.
January 1st of 2021. That was a novel idea a young, naive, new district attorney did. I thought that I could provide documents, or I wanted to have transparency. I wanted to be able to communicate with the public, and I wanted indigent people as well as rich people to be able, if they had something, to give it to them. What I didn't know is that there were a lot of evil people that would abuse that to make up lies.
Can you clarify for me? You said you started charging just earlier this year.
January of 2025.
Okay.
But I don't take in those funds. I had Ms. Whitmore do that.
Prior to your getting sworn in, did your office charge for open records requests?
I believe the prior DA did charge for open records, but you know, when you become the new DA, you have new ideas. One of my new ideas was I wanted to offer this level of transparency to my constituents. It was abused by people all over the country.
You referenced certain individuals abusing the process.
Absolutely.
When you said 30, just to take the example of Ms. Merchant, just since she has been before the committee, you said she filed 30 open records requests? In what
More
period?
than 30. It was 30 it was a little bit in excess of 30. Yes, I did say that.
Over what period of time?
She knows
I
that,
don't
but she
remember.
doesn't know how her office is operating.
I don't remember.
Generally speaking, in kind of the scope
Find
of
that
the
interesting.
I don't remember, so I'm
case
not
of the
going to
election.
speculate.
Okay. What, in your opinion,
I
what
know
should?
she also came in here and testified that I diverted money from my homicide backlog. I cleared my homicide backlog, all of it. Didn't divert any money. People came in here and lied to you. You should be upset about that.
As you think through the law, the open records law currently is unlimited, right? Somebody can.
I think if you want a new open records law, you should make the legislature have to answer open records. That would be my recommendation for a new law.
I would vote for that as well, but let me just get I just want to get your opinion on the scope and how you would limit that, how you determine abuse versus non-abuse.
How I would
Whoa.
limit open records? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, if you were to take an extreme case, right, if you say 30, I think.
I don't think that district attorneys should actually be subject to the open records, but if they are subject to the open records, obviously attorney work product should not be subject to it. Only cases
I
that
agree with
are,
that.
you know, completely closed, and I mean closed past the habeas, you should have to give.
I agree with that.
Help me understand why you don't think you should be subject to open records. I would agree with you that the General Assembly should be.
Judges are not subject to open records.
Do you think they should be?
Did I think judges should be subject to it? Not their work product, because judges also have work product. But I think they should be akin to DAs.
And do you think that DAs should be akin to the legislature, or you think that the legislature should be akin to a county commissioner?
I don't know that I understand your question, but I think that you should be subject to open records. I think that you're making laws that are supposed to be in the benefit of the community, as opposed to this day where we're wasting a lot of time, where me and my staff could be keeping the community safe, but I'm here to do this song and dance with you. The reality is I brought forth an indictment because people came in my county, they committed a crime, and they got charged. They didn't get charged because of their race.
She ever
They didn't
hear
get charged because of
innocent
their
until
political
proven
party.
guilty
They got
beyond a
charged
reasonable
because they
doubt.
came in my community and committed a crime, and 2 grand juries passed forth an indictment. And this is what you should know. I don't care how many times they threaten me. I don't care that they've threatened my families. Actually, just yesterday,
She'll
I
do
went
nicely
home,
in jail.
and the Department of Justice sent me a letter about another person that they are prosecuting, and that I can come in January because this person swatted my home as well as the home of other public officials. This has to stop. What you all need to do is to pass laws to
He
allow
swatted the
people to do their
president.
jobs, to do them safely. What happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene is horrible. that she had to quit her job because they were bomb threats to her house and threatening her children, but she didn't care when it was me. She didn't care when my children were threatened. She didn't care that I haven't had the ability to live in my house, but I'm a better human being than that.
Stuff she
I
made
don't
up.
want any of your lives threatened. I may not care for you personally. I may not believe in your politics. I may think that today is nothing but more than evil and you trying to get yourself elected. All of that being said, I don't think anyone should threaten you and your family. And I think if you're here to protect, you
That I
gotta
agree.
establish laws that if someone uses hate speech and that creates an environment where people like myself are threatened doing their job, we ought to do something about it in Georgia.
Just a couple of quick questions on the.
First of all, that's
Then I need them to go and arrest the sheriff. Then I need her to go and arrest the sheriff because the sheriff most definitely put a false TPO on me and threatened my life.
right. So she'll be concerned about herself when she got 24-hour security on all her
Exactly.
cases.
All day, every day. Girl, bye.
Right.
Get the hell
And
out of
she's
here.
the only public official who have death threats. And Marjorie Taylor Greene did
No.
not resign because of death threats. Like,
Exactly. No, but you know that's now they're all teaming together.
and she talking
First of
about,
all,
oh,
I
she's
ain't never
wasting
trusted Marla Taylor Greene. I ain't never trusted her, so it don't even matter. You know what I'm saying? I didn't trust her, period. And I ain't even a Republican. I'm independent, but I do not trust her, period. And showing the hell don't trust Fani Willis.
But she should have had this over with a year ago when she answered. She should have answered the first subpoena.
Is getting people that
Well,
sexually
no,
assault
she didn't
children.
because she wanted this. She wanted this. She wanted the show. See, this is what Georgia loves. Georgia in the black people, black community, they love false shows. They love stage playing. They love all of this. This is what that's why the lady behind her shaking her head like, yeah. That's what they was doing inside of her little overflow room. Ain't nobody got time for none of this. Ain't nobody got time for none of this. We want to talk about laws. We want to talk about the procedures of things that you are violating, okay, against the people. The money that you stole. You sitting up here talking about, her case was dismissed. This was dismissed. This was dismissed. First of all, that lady ain't lying. Now, if the paperwork ain't being put in correctly, but she ain't lying.
Essentially,
But and Wade showed you that she wasn't lying. Because you sit up there and told everybody you wasn't sleeping with Wade. Now all of a sudden you drink Grey Goose and he on wine. Come on, man. Georgia needs to stop playing. This is the problem that I have with Georgia. This is a fake state. This state is fake. And that's the reason why I'd be glad when Trump go ahead and bring his. I hope this will bring him out the closet. Come on now. Tired of playing
That's
with
why I
these people.
stay in Gwinnett. I'm scared of Fulton. I just stay in Gwinnett, stay in my house.
Our job.
No, well,
what
honey,
happens
let
in
me tell you
Fulton
something. I
is
stay
going
in
to
the street. I stay applying pressure, honey, because I'm going to tell you one thing. They coming up out of there. They coming up out of there, whether they like it or not. Let me tell you something. They mess with the wrong one when they put that false TPO on me, honey. And God chose me to do this because I don't mind fighting you. That same attitude she got, I got. We got the same birthday, baby. Come on.
I say before, let me say, let's call it 2024 versus 2025.
I've increased staff. I now have 2 special assistant attorney generals that work on it. I have two special assistant prosecutors that work part-time on it. I have right now 2 lawyers that work on it full-time. I'm bringing a 3rd one in. I have 2 master level people that work on it. When I first got there was 1 lady with a master's degree. We've had to expand and expand and expand for this foolishness. And what I'm supposed to be doing and my main emphasis, what I focus my day-to-day on is making sure I lock up murderers, making sure I lock up sexual offenders, making sure I lock folks up that are dangerous. And I also spend my time on making sure we have programs for people so we can turn their lives around. Which is why I got a 92% conviction rate. I must be doing something right.
Leader Jones, I've asked a couple of questions since you've had the opportunity to ask. I want to defer to see if you got any questions you'd like to ask before we wrap up here. Let me turn your mic on.
One final one, you kind of touched on it, and that was, at the end of the day,
You don't need to say nothing.
this case here, this conspiracy case that took place, why did you bring this case?
Because folks came in my jurisdiction and broke the law. And as elected officials, there are things that are precious and that are our responsibility. One, in a free society, is keeping people
try
safe.
to get your
Right? And I stand on the line keeping people safe every single day. I have dedicated my entire...
You should have stayed your tacky tired ass the hell out of the way.
valued. Children feel valued.
And
no
now
matter who
you jumped in that lawfare and you stupid Negro behind is now holding the bag.
children, Spanish children, and I fight with my
They
last
might get
breath to
her,
keep those
she
safe.
likes to
But I
sing,
also
doesn't she? They might get her to sing on everybody else that's involved in this.
matter to some.
It's time somebody put a handle on this kind of crookedness.
Jurisdiction and broke the law.
Come
and
on,
they didn't only
Trump.
break the law here, they broke it other places. Because the other thing that we have to do as a free society
Bondi,
is we have
you
to
got a
protect
job
elections.
ahead of you.
It is important. If the people of this jurisdiction, the 19th, voted Senator Blake Tillery to be that senator, then I have to work to make sure that he is instilled into office. If someone does something, goes into a voting booth like they did in Coffee County, if they do that, if they threaten workers, these little old people that work the polls, how dare somebody threaten them? And how dare you all
Well,
not take
I
that to
just
be
saw
important?
something else.
Is it not
You
important
tried
because
to
it was an older black
scapegoat that
female? It ought to be
white
important to
female
everybody.
lawyer that
That's who
kicks
you all
your
are here to
ass in the
protect.
proceedings and get on her about doing her job of asking for the information relative to the case. That's kind of pathetic, don't you think so, lawyer?
Yes. Yes. I'm sad by all this. It's sick.
No, it's
She's
fine.
giving us a bad name.
I know.
Madam DA, would like to thank
how
you for
much it
appearing today
takes to
before the
get
committee. Governor Barnes would like to do the same.
This is the
This
end.
meeting is
Happy holidays.
Girl, bye. Look at her.
When I say this was the worst committee I have ever seen in my life, I have never, this is a disgrace to human race. Like y'all just let her run a muckery on you.
No, actually, she did.
No,
They
it-
didn't. They trapped her. They were
Mhm.
polite,
They
and
did.
they have enough to go get in front of a grand jury with a few more. In other words, they've got all the I's and T's. Now all they got to do is just dot them and cross them, and bye-bye. Her mama didn't go to jail, but she might.
She they couldn't indict her, but she go be. Lord,
Yeah.
that's ooh.
See, actually, it was one of the most beautifully sophisticated hearings I've ever heard because they did their homework. Everybody that was participating was knowledgeable. They could recite from memory the facts and details that
Yeah.
she was supposed to know because she was
Yeah.
in charge, but didn't.
Absolutely.
This is disgraceful. How do you even come up with a final argument to the jury if you can't remember these salient facts and that's your job?
Facts. That's
This
facts.
is disgusting.
Judge, I'm so hurt because I know what it takes. I know what we have to go through as Black attorneys. I'm from the hood. I'm born to teen parents. I started off with Christopher Columbus of Projects in Patterson, New Jersey, and to watch lawyers do this. Her, Jasmine Crockett, the Congressional Black Caucus singing spiritual songs on the congressional floor. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts me. It hurts me. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so.
Well, Counselor, I understand. I'm personally extremely embarrassed.
Yeah.
In other words, I listened to Thurgood Marshall deliver a lecture years ago. I'd met Johnny Cochran back in 1966. I have seen people do great things. My old man went to Howard Law School years ago. I know how these men of courage and women of courage stood up and did the right kind of thing, no excuses. And this little witch comes up with all of these lame excuses that gives everybody a bad name trying to cover up her alleged criminality.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
But they
And the
set
sickening-
this fool up beautifully. And then, see, the other thing that gets me, who's sitting to her left?
Really?
Now, you
Seriously.
explain how that fits in with what she talked about relative
Right.
to poor little black
race
female
card.
me, how much I
Mhm.
can't do because. Hell,
Right.
she's in charge. Under the Constitution of Georgia, there's nobody she's answerable to but herself, except the state legislative body that appropriates funds has the authority to investigate how their money is being spent. And they trapped her. How much do you receive from the feds? And that's something they're entitled to do, inquire of, because it is a state agency. She is representing a district as the district attorney general. There's an attorney general for the whole state, but she is one of the sub attorney generals for the district that is embraced by Fulton County. That is so pathetic. In other words, I can't do my job because I'm a black female and everybody picks on me. Well, damn it, you don't need to be there because there are a whole lot of people going back a long way.
Facts. Judge Martin Luther King is buried not too far from there. They spitting on his grave. All that y'all did for us, all the things y'all stood up for us. How can we carry ourselves like this?
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
How?
Quit whining and do your job. Or is it that she was talking about 58 million that the state spent on some? Oh, we can get some of that. Wade, you and I can get some of that change.
Well,
see, I know. See that it's like right here in Shelby County, Memphis, Tennessee. I know the con games these folk are running because I represented their grandparents and I talked with them. I know their parents and I see what they're doing. They're stealing in the name of, well, it's our turn. No, it's not your turn. You're supposed to do right. You're supposed to be an exemplar of what's supposed to be done, not to carry on when somebody's a crook, allegedly.
Well, so just wrap it up. I want to ask Judge real quick. What happens now? You know, she finally sat down in front of the Georgia Senate committee. So what happens next?
Wait for the true bills of indictment.
Okay, so it may be an indictment coming down
on her. I told you she's gonna wind up. She's gonna wind up right where she tried to put Trump and his associates. She's gonna be there. See, what she did is something that is repugnant to American law. It's why we have the Bill of Rights to protect from what has recently been termed lawfare, using the criminal justice system to persecute political dissidents who haven't broken any laws but simply disagreed with you. The fact of the matter is Trump offered to bring out the National Guard in case there was disorder. There weren't 5 people died behind this. That's an outright lie. There were 2 people. One of them was a protester who was the off-duty cop, a female, got shot by a Capitol Police officer, and another somebody disassociated with either side other than being there died of a heart attack. So where does she get the 5?
Right. Well,
and then that's like, I'm not the only one committing crime. Why are you just on me? Well, you know, we threw the dice and you came up first.
All right. Well,
and he didn't come up first. You went after the teachers union on RICO. You went after some rappers on RICO. You couldn't get the conviction on them. And you went after the president and the president's men and women. And you couldn't get them either because your judicial system threw the cases out. And you had an independent prosecutor come in and take a look at all of it. And she wanted to poo-poo that. And he said, there's nothing here.
She's upset.
And we now find that he was not exaggerating. All of this is coming to light.
She kept using race every time she sat in, whether it was in a courtroom or this hearing, and she's in front of a camera, she always used race. And it wasn't because she was black on why the case fell apart. It was because she couldn't keep her legs closed. And that's the bottom line. You couldn't keep your legs closed. And that trips up not just women, but men.
A married man. A man that's still
right.
married.
But that trips up not just women, but men too. Not just black people, but white people. So You couldn't keep your legs closed, and this was this would have been the biggest case of her whole career. She dropped the ball, not some white supremacy, not a racist system. There are a lot of flaws with our justice systems, but she dropped the ball and she got to
She ain't
eat
letting
it.
him sleep
But
there.
she comes
Right.
up there arrogant as hell with an
Yeah.
attitude, being highly aggressive, filibustering, lying. And so,
Color
no, I don't support
slandering.
her.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't
But see,
support her.
the thing about it is too, is that she's doing that so that it can take it off of, because you see, she didn't say nothing about Wade. It wasn't nothing about what you have done to take this case to where it is now, to make people even start investigating into it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, not to say that they wasn't anyways, but this just opened up a whole nother can of understanding. Okay, like, hold up, this was some plot and plan stuff, you know what I'm saying, that was along the way, and it was sitting next right to you. Now you want to sit up there and try to throw it off on a race card, on this, on that. You throwing it off on, oh, the whistleblowers are lying. Well, of course, the person that is doing the corruption gonna say that the people that's complaining about or coming forth with it, the whistleblower gonna be lying. Like, I don't care what cases is dismissed. The woman didn't come off in there and lie. I was right in the courtroom when she was speaking. I mean, right in the room while she was testifying to the committee, and she got receipts on everything that she was talking about in the office, recordings, everything. So for you to sit up there and try to water her down and make it look like she's the liar or she's the problem, that's exactly what you're doing now to your own self with what you did with your mistake with sleeping with Wade. This all crumbled because you, like you said, couldn't keep your legs closed. This had nothing to do with a black and a white issue. This has something to do with what you said you would not do if you came into office and you became the DA. This is what you talked about Paul Howard. Paul Howard couldn't keep his legs closed, allegedly, from what you said, from allegedly sleeping with you. But now, all of a sudden, we're not talking about that. We're talking about a black and a white, and they only coming after me because of poverty area and all. So why do you only arrest black men, black women in poverty areas? Why are you only putting a RICO on those that you can catch clout from? Why are you not going back into that jail, since you so worried about black areas, and freeing some of those men that are off in there being murdered and slaughtered in the jail that you haven't seen the judge in over 190 days?
And you got a rule in Georgia that says a person must be indicted within 45 days of incarceration.
Oh no, we
And
have
they
some
haven't
that's
even
been there for
followed
over
that. And
190 days.
wait a minute. There's another thing too. There is $7,500,000 that got allocated by the state legislative body to catch up on felony prosecutions. She can't account for where it went. $2 million appropriated by this legislative body to deal with sex crimes, and we have all of these untested rape kits, and she can't account for where the money went, and $500,000 that was sent to them to deal with juvenile prosecutions that also seem to have flown off into thin air somewhere. So that's $10 million that's unaccounted for. So explain yourself. Where is the money? Okay, and these questions were also interesting. I specialized in criminal law and trial law. They are setting the stage for, okay, who else did this? Who else is involved in this conspiracy, this cabal, this RICO activity to defraud the people of the state of Georgia, to misappropriate all of these huge amount of funds? Who is it also that is involved in assisting in efforts to defraud the federal government? See, they're helping out. In other words, we cooperate. We're citizens of the United States. We're residents of the state of Georgia. So let's bring this out while we have the opportunity. And Dumb Bunny sits there and mouth, and has her governor, lawyer, he's testifying for. And, counselor, lawyers can't testify for somebody in a hearing. That if you're going to be a witness, then you don't need to be the representative. You need to be, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you give here today will be the truth? You know, that's what you do. So
I believe she's the client from hell. He probably advised her how to conduct herself, but she didn't
I
listen
get
to
that.
him. You understand?
I get that. And see,
Yeah.
I know her daddy. I knew him for 8 years before we kind of parted ways just because he went elsewhere. We even went to UCLA Law School together. Fine brother. He used to represent Nelson Mandela when he had his troubles, a part of the International Committee. He's been in some hot and heavy situations with another homeboy of mine down in Costa Rica. You know, some of those guerrillas down there tried to kill him one time, but he held up bravely.
Yeah.
But now her mother, where is mama? And what, there's a little backstory on that I don't want to get into, but mama disappeared because
We already talked about that a year ago.
yeah, I
So
know, but
mother
just to make a
is
long story short,
a
mama
convicted
didn't want a
felon.
chance going where her daughter might likely go.
Well,
Wow.
right.
I
So,
remember when she was born, her daddy gave me a cigar, 1972.
well, listen, thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you, LA Pink. Thank you, Shawana, for coming on.
Thank you, Dana. And Judge, salute. Salute to you,
Counselor,
Judge. You're
kick behind.
thank you for everything you've done for us black attorneys that came after you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I just had more
everything
time on you. I got out of law school very early, 1973. Should have been 72, but I had to work a bit. So, you know.
Yeah. All right. Well,
And
thank
by
you
the way,
guys.
what did you think of A5A brother up there wearing that scarf like the frat endorsed that clown show that she was testifying to? I don't think that was appropriate. That's not as per the regulations.
Well,
aren't you an alpha, right?
1966 Alpha Delta chapter. Old man got made beta chapter 1946 or 7, somewhere thereabouts. After
right.
getting out of World War II.
All right.
And
Well,
decorated and wounded. So, you know, hey, what can I say?
all right. I gotta start my day. And thank you guys for tuning in. This was interesting. More to
Thank you.
come. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right.
Take
Kingdom
care.
blessings.
Thank you.
Everybody have a good day.
Stay
All right,
on a
Judge.
second.
Well, we're
Let's
live.
try to work this system problem out
Wait,
here.
wait,
So
we're live. You want me to stay live?
well, no, you don't have to be live, but let's see if we can figure out what's going on with the system problem.
What system problem?
You know, the people couldn't hear.
No, that was the phone thing. That I'll do that. I'll just do a test. That has nothing to do with the live stream. That was just something different.
Okay. Just
All
a
right.
comment, since we're still on, aside from what I've already said, there is a certain dignity that's supposed to go to this whole thing. And I don't know what's happened with her. The district attorney general's office, the the public defender's office, defense lawyers, trial lawyers, we used to take these courses on how to present yourself during the course of a trial or a hearing. Sit up straight, keep your hands open, don't give any of this kind of thing, which is defensive. Be open about your body language posture, how you're supposed to address folk, and your decorum and your deportment, so you don't subtract from what you're trying to do by giving everybody there a negative to seize onto. This kind of thing, you know. What is this? And it's like, answer the question. Does anybody tell anybody now, you know, relevance? What is the relevance of some of the answers she gave? They were evasive, to put it. And does this woman really have any trial experience? Has she ever listened to a judge charge a jury with how to assess credibility of witnesses and such things as that? and she goes in and she does everything that is a negative when it comes to such things. And we still have this bit where she's challenging the authority of the committee. The state Supreme Court, federal appellate courts, other courts have said, hey, a legislative body has an absolute right to inquire as to how its money was spent. And you're trying to obfuscate this kind of thing. So it's like, what is she trying to do? An appeal to getting reelected again? But they can still remove her. Remember the probate judge down in Georgia that decided to get
Can
herself.
we, Judge? I got a lot of things to do. Can we do this? Can we pre-record
Okay, well,
this for
it's
Injustice
just a
for All?
point. One quick point. Remember the probate judge that was paying herself out of discretionary funds as much or more than the Chief Justice for the Georgia Supreme Court was getting paid, and they removed her from office? See, that can happen with Fani.
All right, so I'll give you a call. Maybe we could just record Injustice for All tonight if you're around. But I definitely got to go. So I have
Well,
to end
yeah,
this.
I mean, Thursday is the day, isn't it?
No, today is Wednesday, but I'd rather for us to
Oh, I
pre-record
thought
today so I can upload tomorrow. Anyway, everybody have a wonderful day. Get back to work because I got to start some different type of work, and we'll see you later. Bye, guys.
Yeah.